Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. As we wait for the queue to populate with more submissions beyond the one we've already received from Dark Coup Patrol, we're going to do the usual thing and play a warm-up level just to make sure the sound is working, the game is working, and the player is hopefully also working. So today's opening selection is going to be RJ's Floating Icelands. I think RJ's is like radioactive champs or something. But this is a level by Cesium Atom, of course, a South Korean maker who was recently featured in 5 or 6YMM, one of the two. This is allegedly a Team Jam level that isn't as good as Buzzy Busters, but I haven't played Buzzy Busters, so we can't really tell the difference. And let's just take a look. And welcome Glitch as well. And Mang also coming in. Yeah, welcome to you all. Let's see what this is all about. Let's not make an adjustment jump right under an icicle. 300-second time limit. We're not under a great deal of pressure. Going to get that 10 coin from the Hammer Bro? Oh, I don't know. We might do something else instead. But at some point, we'll make that happen. I feel like I needed a bit more momentum here. Oh, for triple jump, probably. That's what it is. The 3 strokes there, telling you that you do need the NSMP triple jump to make that. Yep, just like that. I don't play a lot of advanced Noob content, so I rarely see the triple jump actually required. This is going to be a ground stomp. We will need to get out of that. Or maybe not. Maybe we do need to just punch this guy. Really needed to do that quite a bit more smoothly. Miasby Chicken coming in with the color purple. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Okay, triple jump. We do need to pull back slightly onto triple jump in order to land safely, as you can see. There we go. Nice triple jump to the corner, and then we fall down and ground pound. There we go. Probably need to, yeah, fire it onto the note block to the right. Nope. Indicator telling me to Z there. Do a little bit of a spin. There was a question block on the left as well. That might be some kind of bonus. Miasby Chicken, we're doing alright. Whoops. That specific icicle does not like adjustments. Yeah, it is for a platforming level. One that does give you a bit of time to think and stop in certain locations. But we do still need to be fairly careful. Ms. Yarrow, welcome. Pull back. Pull over here. Okay, good momentum all around over there. Let's not do that. Too much momentum for a moment. Thank you for Real Elevator 2.0. Looking forward to seeing what that's all about. Okay. No, you'd need a second spin, and then... It's a matter of I'm kicking the bomb to the left or the right. It should be kicked to the right, I think, but we have to check the question block on the left side there in that segment, so we'll see what that's all about. And Ziggsy, welcome. Welcome back. Okay, let's see what this is all about. We have some time, actually. But I'll need to probably do a bit of a double twirl. Oh, you can also just drop down to that location, but then you wouldn't have access to the bomb, so that would not actually be useful. Also, we failed the triple jump.
Oh no!
Yeah, definitely thinking about some of those boost stacks that are present later on. And yes, under here to the left, that allows you to get over to the question block, perhaps. And you can get back up there. You probably can't get back there very well from this location. Let's think about that for later, then. Looks like you do a second bounce on a bomb at the coin. I think that's my understanding. Yep, that is correct. I just didn't get into position properly. Okay, down we go. And then up. And is there an activation? Yes, there is. If we wanted to go for a 10 coin, I needed to go earlier. Here's something in Korean. I don't know what it says. I'm tempted to explore a bit, but the airship camera bob is maybe discouraging me from being too adventurous. So we'll just go back through the middle. Or just go back to the checkpoint, for that matter. Pixel Knight, on a scale of 1 to 10, how hard is this? Well, it depends where you put the 1 and where you put the 10, I guess. Looks like we have another triple jump coming. This is not too bad at all. The clear rate on this is 3%. I'm just doing it as a quick warm-up. Nothing too advanced like Kaizo technique or anything. It looks like this is a triple jump, though. Triple jump followed by a spring bounce. I haven't seen that before, I don't think. Or at least, not in a very controlled context. 1 easy, 7 super expert. Oh, let's say, I don't know, 6 or 7.
Oh no!
No, I mean, 3% clear rate for a platforming level. This is, I think, generally going to be approachable for people. We do need to do the triple jump, but I don't know how the triple jump is supposed to interact with the trampoline. So yeah, Nugukaza, looking forward to more sections of Prevailing Winds. We need to space the triple jump a little bit better here. And yeah, I don't know what the triple jump bounce here is supposed to look like. It's supposed to look like that, and then I have to tilt my momentum to go all the way left. As you can see, I am getting the height. I'm not getting the spacing because I'm still pointing right at that point when I hit. So you need to reverse direction very smoothly like that. It's actually really satisfying to do triple jump into that column. I think it's a difficult thing to signal, but this level manages to do it because there was already a triple jump requirement a little bit earlier. I tried to do a bit of an adjustment at the very end there with a twirl, and instead that was a spin jump because I hit it a little bit late, and so... yeah, didn't get a triple jump, as you can see. And Remmers, welcome back. Okay. And yeah, as the announcement says, it's going to be Metroid Dread next week. I haven't really been doing the optional content in this one, like I usually would. Okay, this one actually does give you a chance to retry, I think. So yeah, another triple jump reversal, a bit of an easier one this time, in fact. And then we have a slight exit over here. A couple of one-ups for Endless, in case you're into that kind of thing. Oh, we'll get the acorn. See what's up here. Nothing much. Let's grab the GG and get into the queue.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Yeah, once again, that was by Cesium Atom. I'll actually give you the code in the chat for anybody who wants to try it themselves, because the triple jump interaction there is actually pretty satisfying. Let's get into the first submission from Dark Koopa Troll. As always, it's going to be sort of an informal next and sub-next as the order. And I change that as necessary depending on repetitions, length of the queue, that sort of thing. But we'll try to get you all in as we usually do. So, Koopa Troll, you're going to send me something else. Do you have a particular recommendation? I know that most of these just involve killing a lot of Yoshis, but if there's one in particular that you would like to see, do let me know. Oh, there's a Yoshi Peaceful Walk. I don't really trust that, but okay. Newest level. Let's do it. Yoshi points out new evil. Yoshi points out evil and Baflu and Beast 2. Tim and Omai tells them they kill. Okay. I am not really up to speed with the ongoing continuity here, but let's see what happens to Yoshi. Okay, what's all this? It's Yoshi. And it's another Yoshi. Fancy that. Green or red? Let's do red. We don't use red very often, so... Unless we wanted to use a green Yoshi to carry a red egg. That could always have been possible. We can... just Bop Jr. here. But that wouldn't help me with the P-switch. You know what? I can also hit the on-off switch. Why didn't we think of that? He hits the P, he sinks, Yoshi dies. I keep Yoshi over here. Then we head up and check for anything interesting. Probably not. And same kind of power-up arrangement. Let's keep red. Now, what happens once the P-switch expires? Not a whole lot. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do without the dinosaur then. One thing to be aware of here is that if you fall into the water, I believe you don't get any kind of reset. So the thing is... Well, I mean, you can just swim across the whole level, I guess, and that would still give you the completion. So that doesn't really block you off from completion, but there's no particular reason to go up to top platforms unless you are really desperate for the top of the flagpole. But of course, as a player, you wouldn't necessarily know that. Thank you for that, Koopa Troll. Did he really point out new evil? I'm not exactly sure that was the case, but we'll take your word for it. We'll move on. And yeah, he's totally dead. Glitch. Glitch, you might want to check in quickly. I believe you're probably still here, but... Yeah, as always, let me know if there's anything in particular you want me to look at. I know that most of the Gunhead levels were the re-uploads, as you were telling me previously. I also never did the finished version of Antivator Antics because we just did the early playtest, so I'm considering that. We can also do P-Flight Panic. Might be a bit of a warm-up for whatever Nugukaza's giving me later. I see Antinode, another P-Balloon expert, has the record. Bathroom is occupied. Can you hold your P for a minute? We'll see. Reach the goal as a balloon. Let's try to do something like that. 60 seconds, and we avoid flowers. No reason to smell the roses here. Oh. Yeah, not exactly picking up a lot of speed, but 1%, we'll see. Well, let's see what's going on. We will, of course, need to restart. Ziggsy, you got another 7-day trial. Oh, a 7-day trial for what? Are you talking about the Nintendo online service or something else? Then, yeah, wait for that flower. Whoops. Let's get out of here. Ah, for Maker 2, I see. And yeah, Glitch, you're saying the record on this level is crazy. Well, that's Antinode for you. You see, when you get sent as many P-Balloon levels from Nukukaza as I do, you start to recognize who the P-Balloon experts with the records are. And Antinode is definitely way up there. I don't think I've actually had any direct interaction with Antinode otherwise, I just know he knows P-Balloon. Wow, we're nowhere close. Absolutely nowhere close. And yeah, Ziggsy, I guess that's one way to recover your level IDs. I mean, you probably want to just jot down your Maker ID on a notepad or something. Yeah, that timing isn't going to work at all here. Antinode is the co-founder of Team P-Balloon with you? Yep, exactly. So, he knows how to fly. Nope. Nope. Yeah, you pretty much had to boost everywhere else. Like, I was so far behind in time that whenever I'm not trying to make it through slots like that, I will absolutely have to boost everywhere, I think. There's no other way. And I have to beat that flower, otherwise we lose like 3 seconds. Let's not get stalled over here. Oh, we got stalled over there. Luca, do I know a maker called Geisen? Oh, I didn't know him by name, but now that you say there's the Odyssey Tribute World, I do know what that is. I think I have the code written down. I don't think I've played it, but I remember noticing that. Like, I remember seeing that, oh, this guy has made like a kingdom by kingdom 2D remake of Super Mario Odyssey, and I have to play it sometime. And so I think I know... I'm pretty sure it's the same guy that you're mentioning here. And yeah, Ziggsy, if we have you in the queue, we'll look at the list and see what to do when we get the opportunity. Yeah, not doing any of this stuff accurately. $30 seconds over here. Well, further than I got before anyway. Or is it? No, I remember being in this segment. 20 seconds over here. Let's just see what's left. Right, because this is where I died to time. This area. How far am I? Looks like I'm very far from the goal. And yeah, sorry if I missed anything in chat. I've just been skimming since I'm trying to fly here. Nope. Bit of a disaster around that flower every time. Let's try to maintain momentum over here. Okay, that's clean for once, almost. And then straight down the middle. Whoops, nope. Trying to adjust direction there because I was off center, and that ended up being disastrous. And thank you so much for the gift sub. Really appreciate the generosity. And Miss Yarrow, of course, if you want to take advantage of the sub priority, you can always requeue. But I'll leave that call up to you. I think you're early enough that you probably wouldn't be skipping many spots anyway, so. And yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Also went to a maker that I'm always very happy to play, so works out well for everybody. Okay. There we go. Okay, 14 seconds over here. Six seconds over here. Well, we lost it anyway, but this has got to be close to the end. Definitely a personal best. And Ziggsy, you seem very surprised that somebody found a real way on another troll level. I assume you're talking about one of your own uploads that you've rediscovered. And yeah, people find hidden stuff pretty well in this game, especially if they're in Endless and are desperate. That's why you see people leaving comment cards all the time that they found a dev block. I'm relatively close. One more up and down after my personal best. Yeah, I was losing too much time in certain sections. Mostly from just being a little bit off-center. I'm also currently driving this with a D-pad. It is one of those levels that probably is easier with stick. But I can't bother to switch off controllers just yet. Nope. But yeah, some of the straightaways go pretty cleanly, others... Well, I have a bit of trouble with some of the more subtle diagonal adjustments, as you can see. Yeah, and Glitch, I don't remember if you're mainly a stick player or a D-pad player. I remember having this conversation before, probably in relation to something that you made in 3D World. But I would assume this was clear checked with stick. It just kind of feels like that to me. Yeah. Okay. Straight away over here. Tuck into this corner. 17 seconds here. I believe it was 14 seconds before, but that's okay. That's immaterial because we lost. Why am I going up here? No reason. And yeah, Luca, thanks for sharing that code. At some point, if I get back to doing Super Worlds again, I'll definitely try to look at that in full. I think I just seen one of the levels in that set, in the Odyssey set, on somebody else's stream, and I thought, okay, this profile has a whole bunch of these, I should really play the whole thing. And I've just been so swamped with things to do in this game, I just never got around to it. Yeah, before 5 and 6 YMM this year, I was somewhat regularly doing full Super Worlds, but just haven't really had time to make that our main feature in a while. At some point, if we do like a maker-specific stream again, we'll do something similar to that. No, losing too much time here. I don't think we'll make it after that blunder. Yeah, Olive, the Joy-Cons, in terms of having the directional buttons be separate buttons, works very well for certain kinds of games. It works fantastically for anything that operates on a grid. So Tetris, Fire Emblem, things where you want to tap specific directions all the time. Does not work so well for things like platformers where you have continuous movement. I'm not using the Joy-Cons though, I'm using the D-pad on the Super Nintendo controller, which does not have a stick. And yeah, Zigzy, if you haven't played for a very long time, they increased the upload limit to 100 for everybody after launch. I believe at launch it was something frightfully low, like 32 or something. And at least it was an improvement on the system that was in the original Mario Maker, where you had to earn medals in order to unlock upload slots. And so there was, unfortunately, a great incentive for people to just try to spam things into popular to get their slots up and running. I never had that many slots in that game myself, I don't think. This will not be the attempt, I don't think. Too many mistakes already. And yeah, Remmers, we do have some people who submit here who already are up to 3 or 4 accounts. And Paxman, welcome in. Hope you enjoyed the rest of this week of 6YM. Paxman earlier today did a documentary segment on Infiltration Station, which is, of course, one of the best levels in Rayman Legends. Any resemblance to the title of his level in 6YM this week is purely coincidental, as he's already been prosecuted and jailed for plagiarism once. Okay, down to here. 14 seconds, yeah, behind pace, unfortunately. Best time at that location was 17 seconds so far. 3 seconds over here, and yeah, we're nowhere close. 1 up and 1 down. Yeah, if we had... At that turn where I said it was at 14 seconds, if we'd managed to make it there with, say, about 20 seconds left, then we're in good shape. Oh. Oily Olive, there are certain restrictions on multiple accounts. Like, you can't really just use them to spam likes and comments. But no, you can definitely have multiple profiles in Mario Maker that separately have access to the online service. I know enough people on their second account by now that I do see that happen. They have completely different profiles within the game, though, so as far as I know, like, you can't just take things that are in your course editor and bring them over directly without copying them over block by block or recreating things from scratch. Yeah, one thing I'm not too fond of on the Switch is just the profile-based save systems. It's a much more closed shop than in some older generations of Nintendo hardware. And it's unfortunately encouraged Nintendo to sometimes just give people 1 save per profile for a lot of games, which I thought profoundly annoying. You know, if you look at something like Breath of the Wild, right? Like, Breath of the Wild is just perfectly designed for having multiple save files on the go, so you can do, like, one main file and then one straight to Ganon file and so on. Instead, you just get... I mean, you get multiple save slots for states. But in terms of a permanent save, you only get one slot for the main adventure and one slot for Master Mode, which is unreasonable. Like, I'd play a lot more Breath of the Wild if I had access to more saves. Yeah, I just need to fly continuously there. 5 seconds, it's been worse. 3 seconds, no, we're going to timeout. SDGML, it is not a nukes level. This is a glitch level. SDGML very strategically coming into the stream just after the Yoshi murder we did earlier. Okay, let's see here. And yeah, we're not really anywhere close so far. But let's just try it. Nope. Need to aim very accurately there. Criticism, you're saying Firefox broke for you on the recent update on Linux. Yeah, I have not been up on what Firefox has been doing for some time. Many computers ago, I actually had one laptop that basically died to Firefox memory leaks. Died twice, in fact. So it's been a while since I've kept up with that. Yeah, you're not the only one who's been switching to Brave browser as well. What I've been hearing, but I don't pay as much attention to web browser tech as I used to. This stream, as you all know, is best viewed in Netscape Navigator because it supports frames. Not really, actually. I think Twitch would be an absolute disaster on a lot of old software, but... SD, I think maybe even you are not old enough to have been around for the prime of Netscape Navigator, but... So, back when... browsers that used World Wide Web transitioned from text to graphics. The first generation graphical browser was something called Mosaic. And Netscape Navigator and Internet Explorer were pretty much the thing right after that. And that was before Mozilla took everything open source and led to Firefox, but yeah, Netscape was basically just the precursor to the Mozilla Foundation as we know it. Anyway. Yeah, we'll see if we can actually make it that far. I may not be able to beat this, despite the 1% record on this, just bumping around to too many things. Whoops. Bad early jump over here. Yeah, I haven't been following the conversation closely enough, SD, to answer the question of which YMM level you're talking about? Oh, you're talking about Paxman's P-Balloon level. Yeah, Mario Regrets Taco Bell. That was my Paxman. That's the only P-Balloon special in YMM so far as I'm aware. Anyway, let's start over. Nope. You have to be really quick to beat that, and I think I might not be able to beat that. That Fire Flower timing there. So I'm just not flying accurately enough through these coin targets. But yeah, criticism, like I was saying, I'm just not up to speed on the current browser economy at all. Oops. Nope. Yeah, too much of a weight around that flower. I don't know if this is winnable if I lose that much time, but we can make a lot of improvements elsewhere, so not there. You find it funny how Edge is just Chrome now? Is that because it's based on WebKit for the rendering engine, or is that because of something else? Like I said, I'm not up to speed at all with browser tech these days, so... I mean, Chrome is on WebKit, right? Or did that fork off to something else? Anyway, this stuff used to matter to me, but now we just kind of keep up with it just enough to be able to barely hold a conversation about browsers. Oops. Yeah, positionally that's really quite tricky, just getting all the coins lined up. Nope. Yeah, we can totally make that. We have to make that, I think. Nope. Trying to turn around. Still not doing it. Too much of a bump there. And Lantis, welcome. As you can see, we're totally not qualifying for that pilot's license. Most browsers are built from Chromium now. Okay, I see. As the code base, yeah. That makes sense. Alright, up we go. Anyway, let's head down here. And that is quite the emote as well. And you're sporting there. Haven't had a chance to take a very close look at it, but... Nope. Nope. If you have to wait for anything, you're going too slow. Yeah. Fortunately, I may not be able to do this. Because... Yeah. Losing time on that flower every time. I haven't actually been able to get past that cleanly. And yeah, we were just talking about that comment yesterday, Paxman. So I had seen it when I played the level, I think. And Glitch had mentioned that to me. And yeah, Glitch, like I was saying, if you go to Paxman's channel, earlier today there was a behind-the-scenes tour of the Goomba level infiltration station in the editor view. And I'm sure you'd find that quite interesting. Yeah, highly recommended. Paxman did one for the Taco Bell level as well, but I don't know if that was saved, so... It was from a few weeks ago, so it might have been wiped by now. Yeah, I can theoretically beat this, I just haven't been able to get through this cleanly. Because you spawned that pipe fairly early on. I don't really know how the P-Balloon experts do what they do, in terms of having that level of precision at high speeds. I mean, I guess it's not that different from just cutting off corners when playing Mario Kart or something, which is why there's such a natural affinity between the P-Balloon and Mario Kart levels, now that the Kart amiibo costume is no longer available. And my goodness, to think of all the levels that we did not really get in Maker 2, all the entire genres that were basically eradicated by certain costumes no longer being available. Certainly the case, I think, for Mario Kart. Because, yeah, I remember Mario Kart levels being all over the place in Maker 1. You know, levels where you would just kind of do 3 laps around a circuit. And where you can still do that kind of design, it's just that you can't really sell it thematically. 9 seconds, that's by far the best attempt over here. It's not choked too badly. Was wondering about that track over there. We're close. We're close. That looks close to the final screen, in fact. Did make a few mistakes along the way, but that's a good benchmark. 9 seconds at that arrival in the bottom, being just a little too slow. Nope. Yeah, there were a few things that went really well that time, in terms of being able to maintain speed constantly. And Paxman, that's a very good observation as well, that the thematic information can convey to the player what to do. I'm trying to think of a good example of that, but off the top of my head, I can't think of a good one. But I know exactly what you're talking about. And that you'd be able to look at it and say, okay, I know what kind of level this is. Okay. Too much bumping around over there. Let's... Around. Nope. Yeah, too awkward to do a course correction, I think, when I'm off my intended path. And we've got a raid from Grikowski. Grikowski, I'll acknowledge that in a moment because I've got my thumb on the boost button right now, but Grikowski coming in from running a puzzle stream, in fact. I know that because I dropped by earlier to see one of the puzzles I had already played. And so yeah, I hope the puzzle crew had a reasonably entertaining time over there. Welcome, Funked. Almost, almost. You've seen a couple of games that have used chess pieces for completely different genres to entirely front-load how the pieces move. Yeah, like if you... I mean, because people intuitively understand what something like a knight move is, right? Like even if you don't play the game actively. To the extent that you look at people doing, you know, research into various mathematical properties, and the knight move in chess is just part of the common language. So if you know about how things like Sudoku puzzles and Latin squares, magic squares, etc. are constructed, there's been an algorithm for seeding the numbers in those designs that has been known since the 19th century, and which was kind of the result of research that was done into the Knight's Tour on the chessboard, like the Knight's Tour, where you try to find minimal paths for visiting every square with a single knight, etc. Because it turns out that's sort of a central part of the algorithm for placing numbers in a way that they would not be sharing the same rows and columns. Because obviously if you're doing a Latin square, what you don't want to have happen is to have them behave like rooks, right? You want them to behave like knights. And so yeah, the knight in chess is just a consistent reference point for stuff like that. I'd recently seen something about like a new breakthrough in the N-Queens problem, if you know what that is. I think I just read an article about that last week. Like, where you place a certain number of queens on a chessboard in an arrangement where they're not attacking each other, and you try to find like how many unique combinations there are for a certain number of queens. Like, there is a way to determine that algorithmically. But it's a hard problem for reasons I can't remember. Funked, have I considered streaming chess? Well, I'm not a very strong player. I have actually been dabbling a little bit in Lichess lately, just to kind of relearn the game. But yeah, so as some of you know, I do stream Scrabble. And the Scrabble community has lots of intersections with chess streamers. Like, a lot of smaller chess streamers have been playing Scrabble as well lately. And so I've met a couple of them through there, and so I've gone to watch some of their chess streams in return. And a lot of them actually are doing puzzles, because Lichess in particular, which is my preferred chess service, has a fantastic puzzle-solving mode. And I think the experience of doing that, where you're, you know, just drawing diagrams on a chessboard and trying to find a best sequence of moves to get a checkmate or come out ahead in an exchange or so on, like, it would be very similar to the sort of pace and sort of interest that there is in doing one-screen puzzles in this game. Like, the mentality is very similar. And the entertainment value, I think, is very similar. And so, yeah, I've actually been thinking about, at some point, setting up to do, like, a chess puzzle stream, maybe. Beat majors at the end in one go, and you figured out that early trick. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Grikowski, I know you're being careful not to spoil anything in the chat, but I'll have to look over your video afterwards to confirm what you mean. Major also did a re-upload. If Major's not in a stream, I'm going to say this freely. So, on my puzzle stream this week, I spent about an hour on Major's Blast puzzle, and I apparently beat it in a way that's qualified as cheese. So right before I came online to do the stream, I saw that Major had actually re-uploaded that level to kill the cheese. Naturally, the first thing I did was find an even better cheese, so I could get the first clear. I don't think he knows that yet. He doesn't know what method I use because I usually do all of my Mario Maker playing on stream, and the only time I don't really do it on stream is I'm just repeating a level that I've already played to do something like a first clear on a new version, and that's exactly what I did, and I kind of wonder if I should bother telling him my method. Like, if you know what I did the first time that he thought was cheesy, it's not hard to make this small adjustment to kind of get around the way he tried to patch the exploit. Which I thought didn't feel like an exploit. I actually felt like it was an alternate solution, but he disagreed. So he patched the thing, but because I thought it was a valid solution, I think I'm just not going to tell him. Because I honestly think it's a legitimate solution. So. Okay, Glitch, I'm only going to make a few more attempts on this. I'm not really close, but this might be a bit of a longer-term project to return to, and of course, it's going to be good practice for the horrors that Nugu Kaza is going to visit upon me later. And Bird Dog, since you're here, I don't remember if you had also heard that I had recently beaten Boomerang Bonanza. And I thought the solution to your segment of that was particularly satisfying. No, we don't see the gate. I've got to see how close we are to the gate, past the power-up spawning position. Okay, you got a chance to watch it. Great. Okay, so there are 2 power-up columns at the end. I only saw the first power-up column, so I'm way too slow by about probably 2 seconds. We may have to return to this one at some point. I feel like I'm getting close, but that there are certain things that I have to clean up first. I get the Boomerang Bonanza Medal of Achievement. Yeah, I'll definitely check the mail for that. And Funked Fast Record Time. Yeah, like we were saying earlier, Antinode is kind of a P-Balloon Pro. And let's see here. Yeah, thank you for all the submissions. I missed a couple messages in the chat, so as I get to the next position in queue, I'm going to go up and check. Funked, in terms of lead chest IDs and such, I'll talk to you afterwards on the Discord or elsewhere. I haven't really linked my account to anybody because I've just been using it to grind out some puzzles for practice. So I don't even know if it's going to be my account for streaming at some point, but I'll talk to you about that separately. I think I caught up on what Paxman was saying earlier about... Oh, I missed your message about how you were backing up your VODs to YouTube proper, so great. That's fantastic, because that means we'll be able to keep the documentary segments that Paxman has been doing on YMM levels. And I missed a few things about the browser tech, I think, but... Anyway, let's move on to the next level. Ms. Yarrow obviously is still here, enjoying that new sub that was so generously gifted earlier by Oily Olive. And Doge, wow, thank you for the submission. Okay, I need to point my machine translation at this. And Yeah, as far as the subscriber badge goes, I kind of whipped that up in a hurry. It is supposed to be a Q Scrabble tile that happens to be worth N points, but it spells QN, which works well enough, I guess. It's not nearly as nice as the actual graphic design that was done for my GG emote by Lecter. I'm just going to... hang on, I'm trying to find my translation engine here on my mobile device. We'll see what this says in Japanese, or at least what machine translation thinks it says, which is something about real elevator. How to use the elevator after opening the switch. It says get in the beta, which is probably a mistranslation. Unless we're beta testers. Elevate a few seconds after boarding, and it starts to move. We're not going to remember that. We'll just learn it like 50% of the players have done successfully in their attempts. Zigzy, you're trying to play multiplayer versus and no one is on. Is it just because of the particular rank you're in, or... I mean, I guess it might just be the time of day as well. So that was the first floor. I guess that clarifies for me that Japan is one of the countries where the main floor is designated first floor. In North America, it tends to be 0, but I think it's actually more sensible for it to be... no, North America is 1. But in Europe, it's usually ground floor and then first floor, if you know what I mean. So different countries do have different systems for this. Okay, so the clear condition is to grab the 10 coin. And this just shows that to you very early. Yeah, in Australia it's G, then 1. Yeah. It's like that in the UK and most of Europe as well, I think. Okay, so we have a repeated P-switch here. And this is the elevator to the right, where if we hit this... I'm just seeing what's going to happen with the thwomp trigger on the on-off, which will then give me the gate. So we can pick a floor, basically. Let's do this out of order. Let's do 3, for instance. And then we come here, positionally, things get switched around, and then how do things get switched again to raise me? Oh, P-switch expiry, because once you pass this point, you're off camera for the permanent P-switch. And so the P-switch stops being permanent, and then you wait for the lift. And then you take it up to floor number 3. This is pretty fantastic. Very cool. Yeah, so you see the blue pipe on the far left side? That's a repeated P-switch, and so you basically have it off screen once you get to this point. Assuming that you've already activated the lift to select a different floor. If you haven't done so, then P-switch still remains active over here. I mean, there's some stuff going on that I can't quite see on screen. I haven't been able to reverse engineer this whole thing yet, but... yeah, some really interesting scrolling tech going on all over the place here. What is this? Okay, no, I see. So you only need a 10 coin to clear the level, but it's encouraging you to hit all of the floors so you can grab all 3 pink coins and take the key door exit at the end. Is this supposed to be a kitchen? Like where this is a cook pot over the stove? Yeah, this is a pot over a stove. This is a covered pan. And I love how you have all this stuff kind of frying up inside, and that the stars are being used as... I don't know. The oil just splashing everywhere. Really neat. Let's just say that's the kitchen. And let's go down, because I want to see this. And yeah, the vines allow you, of course, to repeat the switches as much as you want. We're locked out in this position. We wait for the P-switch to expire. I'm looking at the P-switch mechanism on the right as well with the conveyor. That whole thing that looks kind of like a counterweight on the right side, which... oh, I see. That's the stopping mechanism. So that's what the right side does, is that the P-switch and a POW are loaded in such a way that once they are activated, you have some stoppage here. I'm not exactly sure where the infinite P is coming from at this point. I think it is just... it's not the one on the left pipe here. Oh, no, it's the P that's on this blue pipe here. Because activating a P-switch has unlocked it, and it is on the same level as these cannons over here that keep it activated. Okay, we can bop this guy. I guess this is like a fireplace. And this is just a cozy armchair for the lounge. You think I bopped Grandma? Was that Grandma? My Grandma, what big boots you have. And congratulations, Ziggsy, on winning the 1v1. Hope it was a decent level, at least. Yeah, so look at how there were 2 POWs stacked on the right, and that's what allows you to cross multiple floors. So we went up 2 floors because there were 2 POWs on the right side stack. And the way those POWs are stacked are just using the conveyor belts to begin with. That's what's going on with the floor selection. I can't see exactly. Like, I really have to look over the video afterwards to kind of study this in a bit more detail. Like, imagine just trying to debug this thing. That's really not an enviable experience, I think, but everything here, of course, is just very well planned, so... door is just going to be the exit. I think we don't want that. We want the coin, right? So I need to rethink how we're flowing through this. Unless the door actually does get me out. Hang on. No. We need to repeat, and we need the off state. And we need to weave through here. Yeah, we need to go right in the off state. Let's see here. I mean, it is going to be a fairly linear thing, right? Like, we don't actually have a lot of choice when it comes to how we're going to flow through this segment. This whole bit here actually reminds me of a lot of Lucas levels. And Bird Dog, you have a good night. You thought of Grandma from Majora's Mask. Yeah, I understand exactly what you mean. Well, let's head back down. We've got 100 seconds. We can kind of fool around with the mechanism, but yeah, so watch the right side. The right side is going to determine how you end up on the appropriate floor. Because the lift stops when the P-switch is activated. So look at how we have a P-POW-POW stack now, and so that's what's going to affect the downward movement here. Fascinating how that timing works out. When you cross the shells. Really, really interesting. And yeah, P-switch activation off of the blue pipe. Come back here. Yeah, you bird him a good night. Don't let the bird dogs bite. And... so yeah, I guess we are in the wine cellar. We have to choose wisely. No, I think we just collect what we can from the chalices here. This looks like a crown, actually. Oh, these are trophies, I think. There's trophies and a crown. Thought this looked like the Holy Grail or something for whatever reason. Let's get out of here before timeout, perhaps. Yeah, and I guess the Wigglers here are just kind of dining in the lobby. Pretty familiar dining chair setup. And let's get out. Amazing mechanism. Thanks for sharing that, for sure. Luca, you were saying you were going too fast and you needed to slow down because you were reaching the pipe before the lift. I see. Oh, you were talking about the SD ski speedrun. Okay, I see. Not this lift. Yeah, I don't think I'm familiar with this profile. We need to follow up on this later because that was an absolutely crazy mechanism. Oh, okay. No, I'm aware of some of these stages. I haven't played them, but I know who this is, I think. Like, not personally, but I've seen a profile around. We'll have to show some of that off at some point, I think. And, that was a next, right? Let's plug in a sub next. More people in. Releases levels vary infrequently, but always mind-blowing stuff. Oh, I can tell. I can tell why it's infrequent. I mean, if you're going to be building something that complex. Okay, here's one where the D-pad actually is recommended. We did a bit of grinding on one of the segments last time. I don't know if I'll do the same one this time or we'll do something different, but let's take a look. No, let's... okay, no, let's reset the location here. That's fine. As long as we're against a wall at the start, we're doing okay. So the concept of this level is that you can only press up and down, because that's how you preserve the precision lineup. Oh yes, this is a room we had done before. Or had done most of it anyway. Hey, not a bad start, actually, all things considered. After that glitch warm-up earlier. That went reasonably well for the first try. And yeah, SD, hope the code is working out there. I'll see if I make some meaningful progress on this, actually, because that went well enough I might want to press against this one first, just to see if we can actually beat it. Died at the same place I usually do, of course. Okay, yeah, because, no, I remember that here, when I was turning, I did a boost that was in the wrong orientation. When it was along some kind of diagonal, and that's where I was failing, so... The fact that we seem to be able to get there relatively consistently is a very good sign in terms of actually being able to do something with this. Knowing when to hold the up or down button is very important as well. No, I do need a little bit of booster when I'm facing all the way down. Just a minor adjustment there. We are getting closer. And yeah, hopefully we can make some progress here and then see a different room. Nope. Not like that, we don't. And yeah, SD, I don't know if you're here for it, but there is an easy mode version of this mechanic as well that works as a bit of a training level for people who want to actually succeed. But yeah, stuff like the amount of exploration that makers like Nugukaza are doing with the P-Balloon is one of the things that makes me very optimistic about the future of this game, so long as Nintendo doesn't delete everything. In that, you know, if you are a person who chooses to really specialize in the ins and outs of just one item or one particular element to this degree and just learn everything about how it interacts with everything else, there's still tons of stuff to do in this game, I think, that most players just won't really know about or will be seeing for the first time. And yeah, SD, I playtested the easy version pre-release, and I also played the final version yesterday. Okay. Nope. Getting a little worse at this. Like I said, I'm not going to spend too long on repeating this segment because we do want to see some new content. And I did a sort of quick preview run through all of the other rooms yesterday. And it works for regular Mario, not just P-Balloon Mario. Oh, in terms of the way that the wind is placing you precisely, yeah. Seems like a very useful thing to know for precision levels generally. Whoops, too much of a boost. SD, because the wind is repositioning regular Mario left to right, the idea is that if regular Mario is lined up along a wall, for instance, such that you are perfectly centered in a tile, then the wind should leave you in a destination location that is also perfectly centered in that tile. And so you'd be able to create precision checks where, you know, you kind of align yourself along a wall, let the wind blow you, and then you would still be able to fit through a one-tile gap. And so yeah, something like a jump-only thing, or if you, you know, do other interactions, like, as long as they don't reposition you, but other interactions with different items. Dizzy Deezy, welcome. I assume it's Levelhead again, but hopefully that's going well. Let me just give you a quick shout-out. Yeah, I hope the Levelhead was going well. And here we go. Yeah, for those who don't know, Levelhead is another Maker game. And I first heard about it through other Mario content creators, because obviously there's going to be a lot of overlap in that interest. I think actually Steve once made a video about things in Levelhead he wanted to see in Mario Maker in terms of, you know, doing some of the advanced circuit matching and triggers and all that. I don't actually play Levelhead, so I just kind of know that stuff secondhand, but if you have questions about it, I'm sure Dizzy Deezy can supply some expertise. Oh, almost. Almost forgot around that corner. And yeah, Dizzy Deezy, appreciate the raid as always. Even if it's just from a lack of anybody else interesting that you want to endorse. Yeah, the reason doesn't particularly matter. We're appreciative of the company anyway. Whoops. And CB Battle, welcome back. The original idea was to make a level called Only Boosts, but you wanted to have turnarounds, so you had to change it. I see. And yeah, all of that's precisely what I mean. That, you know, if you decide to just learn all the ins and outs of snowballs, you're probably going to find some stuff that is underused or which people haven't done good, well-communicated game design around. No, we're off-center. Because I did the boost while diagonal. That's what happened. Yeah, because I find that, you know, I see a lot of things in puzzle levels, for instance, that are interactions that are pretty much just waiting to be used properly in a more conventional platforming level. If people know how to communicate them properly. But things like puzzle levels, and also troll levels, in fact, are sometimes on the leading edge of some technical interactions that have not really been played with yet. And part of it is that sometimes things can be very difficult to communicate. That you might have a very specific engine trick that is just hard to show people in a way that makes sense. But yeah, sometimes it's just, you know, a matter of the right maker coming along to find something that's a good fit. We had a bit of a problem there. Pretty close, actually. This looks like a tough room, but a tough section of the room. You did a puzzle level of a tech because it wouldn't work in a Kaizo setting due to how unknown it is. Yeah, exactly. I mean, in something like a Kaizo level, you're already doing so much signaling of positions just for known interactions that it's very difficult to kind of sell that format on something that's completely new. Does the wind affect any entities beside Mario? I want to say the answer is no. But I need to think about that for a moment. I don't think it affects loose coins, but I don't want to say that definitively without checking. I'm not sure it affects anything other than the player, in fact. I've played enough wind levels recently that I should actually know the answer to that. Nope. Wow, that's a sharp turn. Very sharp turn. And yeah, it does technically affect Luigi, for that matter. And Link. Yeah, I see a round glitch. Well, the second last row in this is feeling a lot more comfortable, at least. This one here. You need to be very deliberate about when you're using the boost. You need to be absolutely sure which direction you're pointing in. And there we go. That's it. And, of course, we'll have to redo it at some point if we are going back to actually get to clearing this level instead of just demoing one thing at a time. Does it affect Link's bombs? I think it actually might. I'm trying to remember. Which then raises the question of whether it affects the bomb shoes in the night theme, but I don't remember. Like, you see, this is exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about, is that, like, you know, people don't actually know this stuff for sure. Well, I mean, that's level design potential right there. I find that very often there are things that I know absolutely cold about the game when I'm not streaming, and then when I'm on stream, I start second-guessing myself when it comes to certain mechanics. Partly because you never want to get too trapped in your own assumptions, especially if you are doing something like a puzzle level. And hey, we actually made progress on this today. I'm quite pleased with that. We can rest easy knowing that I've accomplished something. This lineup here is... Whoops. Oh, I see. I was kind of along that diagonal again, so... And this is going to be a bit of a circuit. You have to hit the on-off switch and then go around in a circle, because, of course, the wind is going both left and right. I mean, everything in this level is kind of laid out so the wind carries you both left and right, so... That's how it's going to go. But aiming for the coins in general seemed to give you some decent spacing. And then you go up. Wait, do you go up? Or did I misread that? Right, because you have to get on top of this thing. And the trampoline prevents you from entering the door unless you are in P-Balloon form. I understand that. Doesn't move bombs, okay. Thank you for checking that, Paxman. So yeah, it's only the player then. I'm confusing it with something else that does affect the bombs, and I don't remember what it is. I'm probably just thinking of like some kind of twister tech that I've seen elsewhere, because twisters obviously do affect them. So yeah, I think it might actually be player only then. And yeah, Nugukaza on that run, I was just momentarily uncertain about whether I was right in reading this as a looping structure, because I hadn't really thought about a door. Whoops, got trapped. We might as well look at this. And thank you for the follow, Egar. I believe I understand what you're saying in what looks like Spanish, but apologies if it's actually Portuguese. It looked Spanish, though. I'll just respond in English, but thank you for the follow anyway. So. I know that sometimes people can get a little bit offended if you sort of mix up languages that are close neighbors. For all the right reasons, sometimes there are some pretty injurious historical grievances behind that. Whoops. Okay, no, just need to fix the alignment here. The hitboxes on the cannonballs are actually surprisingly generous. And yeah, SDGML, I would not have expected it to affect any projectiles. I think it is literally only the player positioning then, if it's... And I should, in fact, have known that cold, because like we've played a fair number of wind levels lately, partly because Meng has been turning them out like crazy. I feel like there has been quite a bit going on. Whoops. And Atlantis, as always, I love that use of the, whoops, squid emotes. Just to give a special squid hug. No, nothing whatsoever wrong with this level. This is a great concept. It's more precise than I can handle in many respects, but that's even truer of a lot of Nugukaza's other creations. But a nice thing about this is that, you know, it's possible often to appreciate the P-Balloon tech and the ideas in some of these creations, even if you have no hope whatsoever of clearing them completely. This is definitely nowhere close to the hardest thing that Nugukaza has shown me with the P-Balloon before. Nowhere near the most punishing thing. Clown car doesn't care about wind even when being ridden. I feel like that has tons of potential. That's sort of interesting because the clown car does react to so many other things, like the fluid drag, for instance. Now, just by virtue of wind being restricted to desert theme, it's never going to be in the same level as one where the fluid drag is relevant, which is too bad because it would be interesting to see what that could have done in combination. And you submitted a snowball tech level. Yeah, no worries about the uniqueness. I'm sure we'll have some fun with it anyhow. We're actually reasonably close in this room. That's probably as far as I'll take this level today, though. No, I misaligned myself by boosting when I was diagonal. But I'll try to make a reasonable effort at clearing this one, and then we'll move on to the next level after that. I feel like the things that I've done so far with the room that I cleared before this, as well as this one, can be reproduced without too much trouble. And, nope, I was doing much better in this earlier. If the new soup wind was available in other styles, it would never make non-wind levels ever again. Yeah, man, given how much fun you've been having with the permanent new soup wind, and how well it fits your momentum-oriented style, I am not surprised you would say that. Yeah, because I can think of at least 3 or 4 wind levels by Mang that we played recently, including the 2 that were made for YMM. And yeah, because New Soup Wind is continuous. That's really the whole appeal of it. Whoops. Let's count the number of taps if we are going to reposition like that. SMB3 goes one way, but SMB3 is timed, I believe. Yeah, because SMB3 goes one way, SMB1 goes the other way on a time interval. Super Mario World goes both ways on the same interval. But the wind in New Soup is coincident. It is continuous, rather. And I believe Paxman is correct. Although, like I said, sometimes when I'm doing things by memory on stream, I have a couple inaccuracies here, so... nope. Too much of a rebound there. I think a lot of the style restrictions, though. I mean, yeah, it's true that there are a lot of things that the player does arbitrarily get to choose, like things like rising and falling fluid speed, for instance. But in terms of the style-specific restrictions, I think that largely it's so that you can just read a style blind and know exactly what to expect. But I think it's very true that there's no real difference, I think, between having to read a maker-configured wind style and having to read a maker-configured lava or poison pattern, for instance. And so they probably should have let you choose in all styles, I think. Just so you could play with the different kinds of mechanics that are possible. And yeah, Paxman, Nintendo does want everything to be readable, and that's why a lot of things are very style-specific when it comes to things like gravity mechanics, for instance. Like, I think that's very fair. But it does strike me as odd that you would... like, I think wind levels are one of those things where the visibility is similar in kind to lava patterns. And so it would have been nice from a maker's perspective to have a bit more of that flexibility. I mean, I think when it comes to some of the style-based restrictions, I think I actually do agree with Nintendo on a lot of that more than most people would. But even so, I think it's completely reasonable that the wind could have been user configured. And yeah, as far as all the configurability goes, I mean, there are some restrictions in this game that do feel very arbitrary. Like, I don't know what the technical obstacle would be into implementing custom scroll in the subworld, for instance. I think that's a huge restriction. Oily Olive, this level has gotten you interested in making 2 wind levels? Yeah. Glad to provide the inspiration, that's why we run these, I guess. I got very close to clearing this. I think I had a bit of a diagonal boost there. No, I didn't. I'm fine. Lineup preserved. Nope. Add some kind of diagonal in there somewhere. This level would be super easy in co-op. I'm trying to figure out why, but I think... Oh, because you would just have one person tapping the on-off switch, right? Like, you just have one person flying in that position and the other one exits. Is that the idea? I think that is the idea. Also, notice that we can kind of reset position here. Oh, yeah, we can. If we miss the first one because we're too busy reading chat. In fact, you can use the moving blocks on either side to realign yourself if you do have to move back and forth for something like a switch activation. SD, you started giving your levels single-player tags. There's some dispute as to whether that actually does anything when it comes to the multiplayer queuing. I've had a few people here claim that it actually does not have an effect. But, I mean, I don't know... Like, unless you were trying to discourage the multiplayer selection, I don't know why you would want to spend a tag on that. But oh, in co-op you can warp to anyone. Okay, I didn't know that because I haven't played co-op in this game at all. Although at some point I want to set up a co-op stream to show off a few co-op specific makers who we never really get to see in their full glory. Whoops. You go around cleaning up verses by removing hot garbage. Yeah, Paxman, I thought they specifically said that too, like with the single player and multiplayer tags. I thought that was the reason they were implemented in the first place, but somebody here told me that they tested it and apparently it didn't actually work the way they thought it would. I mean, the multiplayer versus tag, for instance, has been around since the beginning of the game, but didn't really do anything at the time, I think. It was just mostly there to discourage single players, I guess, in annual selection, but of course, when they first released this game, there wasn't really a multiplayer meta, right? Like, you wouldn't necessarily see the multiplayer format associated with things like race levels with 4 separate entry gates and so on, which is much more common these days. Like, I had a very standard platforming level early in the game that I just tagged as multiplayer versus because I thought, okay, this would make a pretty decent platforming race, and there was no particular point to that, and I changed the tag eventually, I think. And Sninjar, welcome. Yeah, Dugukaza, since we did clear that one room already, I won't stay on this one too long. I was so close to the clear earlier in this room that I want to try it, but if we can't get it soon, we won't get it today. shot in the face. And Alibu, yeah. It's a pretty interesting level. I mean, the spacing looks very threatening, but the central concept of this level is that as long as you never hit left and right, the wind will take you to precisely the kind of precision lineups you need, very conveniently. So the precision element is not actually the hard part here. The hard part is just making the turns with the P-Balloon. The precision element is mostly here to scare you. Because the lineups sort themselves out. You just need to engage with a central mechanic. And a lot of it is just going to be speed control with the P-Balloon and nudging it this way and that. Okay. Here we go. Kind of a close call there. Nope. Went up too soon. SD, you uploaded a single-player tag level. Oh, a level with the single-player tag. I was thinking, are you playing tag in single-player? How does that even work? But no, a level with the single-player tag. I understand you. I mean, if you're playing tag in single-player, aren't you just always it? And yeah, Paxman, I assume that maybe it is some kind of weighting system. But I know almost nothing about the multiplayer selection algorithm because I just don't play Versus. I had a bad enough connection experience with Versus when this game launched that I decided not to bother. That was before I ever did any streaming too, so... Okay, let's reposition. We can actually reposition multiple times and survive, which is nice. Except now the cannon pattern is probably not convenient, so... No, the cannon pattern was no longer convenient after the first cycle. That's the issue. I think the cannon pattern was only really tuned for first cycle. And Mr. Influential, yeah, I just saw the autocorrect issue. I'm sort of reading non-linearly because of the way I'm glancing over at chat. I know you said to ignore your comment, but I'm going to read it anyway because the autocorrect is just too funny. Because it said instead of Versus that the way you clean up the asses is by going through hot levels sometimes and retagging them, which sounds spicy. Autocorrect apparently didn't get the memo that Buttspot was banned from Twitch. And, welcome, B-Minutes. Yeah, B-Minutes. Hope B-Minutes Theater has been going well lately. I take it you'll also be looking forward to Metroid Dread, just given how much Metroid you've been running lately. And actually, B-Minutes, you've been running Final Fantasy VII, haven't you? And yeah, you gave up on supporting soft resets in that room, I see. I see. Yeah, like I said, not too many more attempts because we do have a lengthy queue right now. And it's alright, Mr. Influential, we know it's not your fault. It was just much too funny to pass up. Yeah. So maybe the single player tag does work, as intended. From all the ANIC data that we're receiving from several of you. There are only really two tags that actually matter. Are you saying in a mechanical sense, or in terms of giving the player useful information sense. In terms of a giving player useful information sense, I find the art tag is extremely useful because that's how you know something is going to be a troll. And whoops. All the single players, yeah, pretty much. Okay, New Kakazo, we're reasonably close with that room. I think next time we get this, I will probably try to keep pushing it that one the way that we pushed against the room from yesterday and got it fairly quickly, in fact. So yeah, this is one of those where I'll just have to kind of stab at it over time and learn the different rooms before I put it together. But luckily, I think that, you know, once you do learn the patterns in this, they can be executed a second time without, you know, too much luck involved on my part. So thank you for that. Glad to lower the clear rate on this a little bit more. Oily Olive, I have no idea. I just heard that Butt Spot was banned. I missed it out on whatever went on with that. Oh, streamers were using the option to change the word it uses for things that are not so good. I see. Mang's going to be next. Let's take a look at the list currently as well. Okay, so very likely we'll be closing the queue at around the 2-hour mark on the stream. So probably after this level, depending on how long it takes. Maybe even during this level. But if you are in, I should hopefully get to everybody who's already in the queue. Let me also make sure I haven't missed anything critical in terms of messages. Yeah, we had the thing, mostly multiplayer discussion, mostly Mr. Influential's autocorrect cleaning up some asses. A lot of things about wind. I don't think I missed anything really critical, but if I didn't answer somebody's question or something, do feel free to remind me. And yeah, a lot of the multiplayer coin and gate mechanics are very much unknown to me. At least from personal experience. Meng, I will probably be doing the Great Goombo Fountain, I guess. Although level Kremer is apparently the best music level ever. Oh, was this the thing that you didn't want to spoil for me yesterday when Supernova was experiencing some event? I feel like I have to play the first level Krem first before I get to this one. I mean, I know it by reputation, but I feel like we have to do that in order to really catch the full glory of the reference. Unless we don't have to. But the Great Goombo Fountain here, it looks like it was created for the CC Replays contest. Which is why the thumbnail image has that very recognizable CC Replays emote of Kirby after he's been run over by a car. I actually haven't played Level Creme. I know it by reputation. That's like I know what it is and I know what it looks like, but I do need to play it at some point. And Mang, if you want to submit at some point, or if we do just a separate catch up, we will have to do that. Anyway, Great Goombo Fountain. And yeah, SD, I'm perfectly aware that I'm missing out on the centerpiece of the Level Creme cinematic universe. Okay, sort of interesting. That's, do you have all this Goomba dispensing out of this bumper and pipe thing? Actually, already kind of reminds me of the Pikmin level. In fact. Oh, I thought I was going to be able to hit one of those midair to rescue myself in that attempt. Not so much. Love the aesthetic of the red blocks everywhere here, actually. I guess mostly that's the duty of kind of camouflaging or at least blending well with the bumper setup of the dispenser. Auto-scroll, of course, is just keeping everything locked in this horizontal position, which is why we can't see what the setup below looks like. I guess we'll do that in order to get through the central section here and collect coin 2. And of course we're doing this. No. I said, of course we're doing this. Yeah. Ring the bell. That's going to have an on-off state switch, which will then allow me to come through here. Whoops. This is going to be a bit of a timing check. And then we need to jump back. Okay, I wasn't clear about that. Or do we go over right away? I'll need to reread that. Hang on. Auto-scroll would also keep you from running out of Goombas in the fountain. Yeah, because you do need the entities to despawn. To not run into the limit for the future spawners. Actually, no. I believe the Goombas look like they must be just placed in the editor and they're bouncing up a note block from below. Because there's no spawner that's on screen, right? Like, there's nothing that can actually spit them out dynamically. Why don't we just use the up throw to begin with?
Sploosh.
And Merlin, thank you. Or rather, hello Merlin, and thank you Aliboo for the follow. They come out of pipes. Oh yeah, no, I guess they would be within range to come out of the red pipes. I see what's going on here. That's the red pipes do work as spawners even when they're within, like even when the exit position is one tile off screen, right? Am I understanding that correctly? Thank you for the follow, Pixel Knight. Yeah, so you actually do get the red pipes on screen and able to spawn even though they're pointing off screen. And then it would be probably fast conveyor belts that bump them to a note block in the center. Yeah, no, it has to be that. I was totally misreading everything earlier. Let's do an up throw there if we can. Why don't we just keep one? Oh, because the Muncher isn't on screen yet at that point. That would be a bit of a hindrance. Because we've activated the POW and... there's also a block there to prevent locking on top of the bridge. Nope, kept losing these. It is an exceptionally fancy hat, yes. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that the spawner is within range of being able to drop things off screen. I feel like I must know that from some existing contraption or control or something, but might just be confusing with the blaster spawning rules in terms of things that do or don't need to be on screen. But anyway, very fancy. Let's ring that bell. Kind of like a rhythm game, doing this. And then grabbing the top left is going to work out pretty well. Look at all those Goombas just dying. Okay, luckily the scroll does stop here, so I can time this patiently. I believe that instead of going backwards... no, I think we need to go backwards. Otherwise, the icicle is going to shake for a little bit before it hits, right? So it's not going to hit instantly. No. And Merlin, you just finished World 1 for your new traditional Super World. Yeah, congratulations. Hang on. We really do need to do the up throw there. I think it's much easier than POW. Pixel Knight, will I be doing another viewer level stream? After this one, probably not for 2 weeks, I think. But we'll see, because sometimes I do try to schedule in some extra stuff when I'm able to. And Pixel Knight, if you're in the middle of a clear check, I'm completely fine with you queuing your maker code now, and when we get to you, if your clear check is done, we can play the new thing that you want me to test. Like, it's alright if you reserve a spot now, since you are here on the stream. And hopefully we can actually get to you. And hopefully you'll be able to clear check that quickly, because that would indicate to me that it's not going to be extremely terrifying. Whoops. Okay, that was a disaster. But yeah, Pixel Knight, I do viewer levels fairly regularly in this time slot. I've been doing it almost every week for the past few months. I'm just warning people ahead of time that I won't be doing it next week because I'll be playing Metroid. But yeah, viewer levels is not like a one-off thing for me. We do this on a very regular basis. So, you know, even if you have to catch me a week or two after you've uploaded a level, I'm still available to play it, yes. Yeah. Up we go. Why don't I just take the small Goombas with me to throw into the spike directly, instead of going for the big one? If I really wanted. Missed. And you pretty much have to go from the Goomba to reverse directly to the right, because otherwise the scroll is going to kill you, I think. And here we go. Okay, here we are. And let's do this part now. Very satisfying to watch that little explosion. Oh, I see, because if you miss that opportunities, you won't really be able to pick up the Goomba. There we go. Not a lot of momentum going in there. I think I need to kind of face right, landing on top of the Goomba, and so I need rightward momentum as I land on the Goomba, or I will not be able to get over. That's a disaster. Let's start over. And yeah, Luca, totally understandable if people who are playing the new Metroid don't want to watch it. The video will be available afterwards. And likewise, that's why I'm not starting right on the first available day, like as soon as it goes up on the eShop or anything. I'm grabbing a physical copy the next day instead, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, that just comes with being a relatively smaller streamer who's playing stuff at launch. As I learned with Bowser's Fury, where we got like no turnout the first night, and actually a pretty big turnout the second night, when we ran that back in February. Have I played Super 1-1 Maker? That's intriguing. I don't think I have. Okay. But yeah, carrying forward to that location seems much, much better. That was a bit needless. But yeah, we'll for sure be closing the queue fairly soon. Maybe even before we're finished with this level. So do consider this last call if you're not already in. Yeah, we are not done with Mario Maker for this week in total, though. I am, of course, going to be playing the new batch of 6YMM, which is going to be released in a few hours, I think. As some of you know very well, if you are makers who are actually going to be in this week of 6YMM. Okay, there we go. Got the Goomba. Not that saving time here does anything. There we go. Very nice. Yeah, bump this column. Oh, okay, no, I just needed to jump there and jump on top of a Goomba, but there is a key coin and a key door afterwards that seems to indicate a hard mode option at the very end, which I believe will require the Shelmet. I didn't read the entrance there properly, but I believe I need a Shelmet to access the final coin for that. Okay, let's try this again. Whoops. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Although, oh, okay, you can actually step on a lower level there. That's interesting, because there is a grounded location there underneath the icicles, as we discovered by accident. And yeah, no worries about jinxing it. We've had a lot worse. Okay. Let's get over here. Okay, that was unexpected. Bumping all the Goombas from below that way. Very stylish, but maybe not what I intended to do. That was also not what I intended to do, but it's okay. Fun room here in terms of all the interactions that don't actually progress. Okay. Nope, not quite. Didn't get the momentum down. SD, do the coins lead to cake? Well, if precedent from a lot of recent Mang levels tells us anything, it is likely a hard mode room. But I don't know. Maybe it is. We'll see. I won't be too disappointed if it is just a cake. But yeah, I believe that's going to require a helmet. We'll try to play this attempt out anyway, even though it's not going to get me the door at the end, I don't think. Cake is very often a lie. Oh, whoops. Let's not do that. Yeah, I can't remember exactly. Whoops. No, let's continue for now, just to practice later stuff. That's also not what I intended. Oh, I don't think I knew about the free Nom emote. And I guess I just don't reach into the cookie jar often enough to be aware of these things. Your sound is behind the gameplay by like half a second. Yeah, if we are having sound issues like that, I may do a quick reset to try to fix it. It may be an issue on my end. Let me see, because sometimes we do have sound kind of cut out or have some pitch issues or something like that. So thank you for reporting that. I'll see if the audio can get cleaned up at all. Give me one moment. It is fine on your end? Okay. Alright, we'll continue for now unless you notice something. If it's the synchronization is the issue. Synchronization might not be a problem on my end, it might be a network thing, so... It's when we have sound just cutting out intermittently or entirely. Or if we have some pitch issues that seem to indicate some glitching with the encoder, that we start to worry a bit. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this. Yeah, didn't really need that guy. Okay, up here. You have an old iPad, so no matter what you do, it's a bit delayed for you, yeah. I understand the feeling. I have a very old iPad that I mostly use for things like PDFs of sheet music. And past a certain point, it was just having like memory issues with opening large PDFs, because I've got stuff in there like, you know, 600-page music books and such, right? And then you would start having this issue after a while where for various memory issues, when it's loading large stuff like that, some pages would just appear completely black. It's definitely become a bit of a sluggish device with time. It is your device's fault, okay. Okay, glad to know the sound seems fine, so we don't spend too much time tweaking it. Yeah, if we don't manage to keep the shell... Keep the helmet, rather. We might be missing two Mang true endings in a row, which would be unfortunate. We missed one yesterday. Or rather, I got halfway to one. And yeah, SD, that's what I'm thinking, is that it could entirely just be a network issue. Thankfully, nothing wrong with the audio encoding here. Whoops. Nope. Okay, here we are. And here we are. Oh, no, bad idea. Although it is technically survivable, as you can see. Like, if you You drop some icicles, you drop down to the lower level, you keep your invincibility frames, you rescue yourself. It's not a total disaster, it's just a partial disaster. I kept missing that POW by half a tile. There we are, much cleaner. Whoops. The worst thing, of course, is when you hit that POW too early and don't kill the Muncher. Let's not do that either. And thank you so much for the cheers. Let's get up here. Let the spawners do their work. And Aliboo, you have to sleep? Yeah. Thanks for coming by. Whoop. Very poor positioning there. That was totally a precision POW miss, yes. You really do have to try to throw that badly. Whoops. Yeah, where did the animals come from? I mean, clearly all the Goombas are just breeding off screen, maybe. Don't think too hard about that. Nintendo might have a word with you. Oops. And yeah, I'm not exactly sure where Goombas fit in as a species in terms of, you know, kingdom or phylum. Whoops. Let's keep the helmet. Yeah, no. Just a little too impatient there. That wasn't a problem previously. I don't know why it's suddenly been popping up, but we'll try to do as much of this cleanly as I can. The shell, yeah, I guess it fell down because we activated one icicle. And yeah, Indignation Judgment, it turns out that the G in Kenny G stands for Goomba. There's apparently a new documentary about Kenny G that's been debuting at film festivals that's apparently quite good, because it's kind of this lighthearted, satirical or comedic documentary that's about the way that people of musical taste sort of look down on his work. And that, you know, as somebody who's sold millions of records, he just kind of has to take it in stride. But yeah, it's like a documentary that has this sympathetic look at Kenny G from the perspective of treating him as somebody who's, you know, not really a particularly good musician. I don't remember what the title is. It's a very new film. It's just been on the festival circuit lately, so I have not seen it yet myself, but it has come highly recommended. And yeah, don't worry about the length of your name, Indignation Judgments. I mean, as you can imagine, I'm quite sympathetic to people who hear their names mangled on streams all the time. There we go. Finally got that momentum going. Okay. Yeah, you need to keep the helmet in order to have the Muncher bump at the very end. I think you need to let the scroll do its work. Like, you need to wait patiently with the helmet and not jump until the Goombas start spawning. Because that's the only way you can make it over with the helmet. We're reasonably close. SD, how do you say your name? Both of those are valid, to be honest. Like, if you look at... you know, more authoritative English dictionaries, you'll find both. Like both the Don Quixote pronunciation as well as just quixotic, which is what people more commonly say in English. I'm fine with both. It is an excellent music level by Mang. Reminds me of Antonio Carlos Jobim's one-note samba, because there is just one note. The piece itself doesn't just have one note, but it has a melody that very famously starts with a repeated note, and has lyrics that are about that. And SD knows exactly what I'm talking about, exactly. We're big fans of Jobim around here. One of the musicians who falls into the category of having an airport named after him. There aren't that many musicians that do have airports named after them, I think. Louis Armstrong has one. But yeah, the airport outside of Rio, I believe, is named for Jobim. Am I going to watch the new Mario film? Out of curiosity, probably. That's still a year off, so, you know, plenty of things can change between now and then. I feel like I want to rewatch the 1993 live-action film before that, though. Because it's been long enough that I feel like I'd be coming at it with a very different perspective now, and like, I've actually wanted to go back to the film for a long time because, you know, the more I am reminded of it, the more I feel like there's stuff in it that's going on artistically that I would appreciate a lot more now. Or appreciate at all now, as opposed to not doing so previously. Yeah, the new Mario film is a theatrical animated feature by Illumination Entertainment, who made the Despicable Me and Minions films. And it is scheduled for the end of 2022. And they just had an announcement about that, as well as the English voice cast announcement in the most recent Nintendo Direct, which is why people have been talking about it so much all of a sudden. Particularly about Chris Pratt voicing Mario, because after all, he is a guardian of Mario Galaxy. Yeah, I mean, you know, I feel like it would be more interesting if it takes some risks and dares to be something pretty unique, rather than just being a straightforwardly competent entertainment. I think I won't even mind if it turns out to be bad, as long as it's not merely good in a boring way, if you know what I mean. And I feel like it's a fairly big production where they don't want to be too adventurous, unlike the 1993 film. That's I'm completely expecting that it's just going to be good and competent in a boring way. And so Indignation Judgment, I think it's not actually going to be one of those extremes of being good or a pile of hot garbo. One of the reasons that it's not going to be a pile of hot garbo is that Greta Garbo is dead. And unfortunately, people in the film industry don't seem to be too interested in reviving her legacy. Let's get up over here. I mean, you folks all play enough Mario Maker to know what I mean when I'm talking about things that are just kind of good in a boring way. It's not the case for Meng's levels. Meng's levels are always very interesting. And that's why we spend so much time on them. I hope I'll be able to get at least a standard clear on this. I think, Meng, today, if there is a hard mode beyond the gates, that might have to wait. Just so we can get through the rest of the queue. But, of course, there are levels by Meng that we've had to break over multiple sessions before, so... Ideally, I'll fit in some kind of makeup stream for this, as well as true ending of the Hammer level before Metroid. But if I can't do it until after Metroid, it will just be something we'll relearn later. Thank you for the follow. I made a Greta Garbo dad joke. I think that qualifies as like a great granddad joke at this point. But that's pretty much what we do on this stream, so... It's not great by any stretch of the imagination. Well, there's no accounting for taste. Okay. Let's get over here. Okay, let's watch this timing here. Yeah, this momentum reversal on the Goombas is tough. Like, I don't know if it's easier to just go straight back to Divine and then jump over, but I feel like the scroll is too fast to allow me to do that. So I'm going to say probably not. Thank you to the patience of everybody who's waiting behind me in queue. Behind this level in queue, rather. As you can probably tell, I'm not very strict about time limits on levels or anything like that. We just go until we... find a reasonable excuse to delay this for later. Like I was saying, I've been on this for long enough that if it is a full hard mode, I likely won't do it today. But I would like to hit the gate, or at least see what is beyond the door. So it'll just be a practice run. And we've had many levels like this before that we've done in multiple settings, so... The antenna strat is to go back to Divine. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I guess that confirms that we do, in fact, have the timing to do it. I don't have the timing to make it right now. We've got to continue this on a second sitting, Meng, I think, but I'll see when I can do it. Let's try to give this like one more good attempt. I mean, I'm close. I got up to the gate. But if I'm sort of rethinking my method for that Goomba reversal in midair completely, I feel like that's going to reset some of the practice I've been doing on this, and so might take some time to get back to the ending. In Initiation Judgment, you're saying the icicle section is nice. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, you have to stay pretty sharp. You have to be pretty chill. We can keep doing this all day. Okay. Shaving that jump too much. Yeah, we have to practice this another time, I think. Anyway, fantastic concept for this, by the way. Really enjoyed it, but we have to abort for now and go back. Particularly because, you know, knowing that there's going to be that extra key door at the end will add a chunk of time that I want to allocate to this. So, we do occasionally, for those of you new here, do a makeup stream to go back to viewer levels that I don't manage to successfully complete. So, if you fall into that category, do keep your eye out for streams like that. Although, obviously, when I'm playing Metroid next week, things will be shuffled around a bit. So, at this point, as I warned, I will be closing the queue as soon as I pull in the next level. My goodness, we have a huge pile today. Currently, let me just check my list to see if we... Yeah, the only one with sub-priority is New Gukaza, and that is a repeat. So we're just going to go down next for the time being, so... And so it's going to be Oily Olive next, who said something about snowballs earlier. Going to plug in that code, and then it is going to be a closed queue right from that point on. And yeah, Mang, we'll see when we have time. If I have time at the end of the stream and if the levels go by quickly, maybe we'll look at either level crim or go back to the one just now. But right now, let's hit a Copter Hailstorm, which is a 0.49 Kaizo, which has apparently been de-cheesed since December 2020. Oh, and SD, yeah, we'll make that judgment at the end to see if we can get that in. Because I don't know how long I can stay today, that's all. And Indignation Judgment pictures one giant Goomba guarding a fairy fountain. Pretty much. Maybe the Goomba is the fairy. Because then that would match up with the Zelda fairy fountains, where the fairies are surrounded by little fairies that all split this way and that and get caught up in bottles. And somehow don't mind being suffocated because they'll still revive you from the brink of death. Anyway, let's see. Change title. Yeah, SD, thank you for reminding me. I usually remember. Just give me a second here, just so people know I'm closed. And they don't get too disappointed when they are rejected by the bot. And yeah, Reebox, it totally is clickbait. Welcome, by the way, Reebox. Let me just make sure the warp bar is also properly displaying. There we go. Reached a goal while wearing a propeller box. Probably a bump like that, right? weather condition indicates to me that we will have no checkpoint, and that's fine. We will be taking the propeller off at this point. And we do have a reset location, but once the on-off switch is activated, we won't. And we have to avoid the Goomba hats, I see. Because the Goomba hats are there to just dunk on you. Yeah. For those new here, I usually try to get through everybody who is queued at the time of closing. Today, that might be a little bit challenging, so we'll see if that happens. But I try to make it happen whenever I can, which is usually. And okay. No, we need a burst remaining after that, basically. Like, we need to hit cleanly, and I don't know if we need to preserve one boost or two, but we definitely need to preserve more than that. Hang on. Yeah, it's just a matter of timing here. Let's just wait for the next one. Nope, need to not bump my head at the ceiling. And yeah, I mean, in terms of the spacing in 3D World with the spikes being as huge as they are, as 2x2s, it's nice to have the Goomba hats as a bit of variety here in terms of getting the path constrained in a way that is reasonably stylish. Hang on. We did this cleanly earlier. Why is this not going now? There we go. Nope. Too early, actually. Too late. Let's wait for the next one. Okay. No, we should have wall jumped instead of trying to cut that corner. And Ziggsy, congratulations on that co-op achievement. Hang on. Nope, too high. But yeah, the P block marker tells you where to boost, and that's kind of telling me that I probably need to get up cleanly in one boost. And yeah, Ziggsy, Der Bescheidwisser here is a co-op maker. The way we carried that snowball over. So yeah, if you're looking for co-op codes at all, that would be one person worth talking to. Pardon me, I just need to check one thing off stream. I'll be right back. And yeah, SD, it's a pretty busy lifestyle indeed. DGR apparently started playing your Super World. Oh, the all co-op one? Is that the one you're talking about, Der Bescheidwisser? Okay, let's see here. Yeah, unfortunately, I may have to have a bit of a lengthier AFK, but I'll keep you posted on that, and do remain in the queue. We'll just try to make sure, even if I'm out for a couple of minutes, that we'll continue as gracefully as we can. So. And Beside Visitor, yeah, I mean, some people do run a couple of different worlds on multiple accounts, or have some things that are not properly part of the world's system, so who knows? You don't think I can make that in one boost? I didn't think so either, but given the P block markings, I feel like, from what I've seen later in the level, I need 2 more boosts remaining after this wall jump. It's very true that that's quite difficult. Yeah, it's a fairly low location to be starting to boost, though. I feel like we do need a second one. 2 boosts, yeah. That makes a lot more sense. And the icicle that killed you on all the re-uploads is going to get me as well. Yeah, no, I see, because 1 boost should be enough to get me over the next wall jump after that. Yeah, because if you're boosting from the P, that's just much too low to get you where you need. So. Hang on, just need to really watch this pipe timing here. Nope, trying to shave that a little too closely. And yeah, no, I don't think 2 Ps is necessary. We just sort of needed to come to grips with the signaling here. I don't tend to follow instructions very accurately anyway, so not too much of a concern. Nope, tried to boost there. I was a little bit late on the button though, and then you have to go up to the wall jump to gain some additional height. Hang on. Nope. You wall jump there, and I think you should be able to wall jump off the brick as well, I think, maybe. You come in a little bit low, you can do a bit of a back and forth. Oops. Nope, still coming in a little far to the right before I hit the wall there, so. Got this idea from Luigi with vid. Although he did it with a P-balloon, I see. Oh, in terms of the snowball kick. Yeah, I've seen snowball kick levels like this done with the P-balloon before, for sure. A little hidden, icicle above the brick block. Oh, I see, okay. That's why you were saying heads up. In a very literal sense. Hang on. We're totally off the timing here, so... Nope. That was entirely a wall jump height issue. Well, I mean, it totally would be heads up, though, if you're talking about the visibility, like getting the camera high enough to see where you are going. Nope, still trying to squirrel. As you can see, I had that little spin going when I touched the Goomba with my feet. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. No. Took me a moment to register that not only is it an icicle, it is a falling icicle, but we do want to be on top of the brick because getting the landing there is necessary for resetting the propeller for the next segment after that, so... Nope, too soon. Nope. Yeah, kind of a difficult nudge positionally, but I'm glad that we get a lot of opportunities to retry that safely instead of having to do that too sensitively here. I was hoping for wall jump followed by another boost, so you have another snowball coming down that I think I'll have to kick onto the right side pipe. It comes down and I need to intercept it at the clear pipe junction. Yeah, and there's quite a delay on that. Oh, I wonder if you're supposed to go after the icicle so you can drop the icicle deliberately and then get a landing on it or something. Instead of going for a wall jump, which there's no real hint towards, it seems like you're specifically being pointed to some kind of icicle drop just so you can stall a little bit longer. We'll see. First icicle became the hardest part for you after the re-upload. I can totally see why. Very easy to become complacent about it. Here we go. Nope, too low. Yeah, it looks like a bit of a terrifyingly long queue for the rest of the session, but we have had a few people, or one or two people, have to drop, I think, so there may be more depending on how long we take, so yeah, icicle does drop. I guess we had to jump on top of the icicle and then jump to the P, but yeah, if you wall jump, you're in the correct column to land on top of the icicle and ride it down. It's a little bit difficult to make that happen, but given that you have the whole Goomba column on the right side. Nope, too high. Yeah. Okay, that worked well. Nope, that did not work well. Yeah, drop the icicle probably You have to jump on the icicle. Yeah, maybe we can boost on top of it directly, that's true. Okay, that corner's feeling a little bit better. The boost takes me a little bit high, though. I would need to pretty much spin down immediately. Do that. Nope, not quite. Yeah, that spot there that's been giving me trouble. It does feel pretty crisp when I do manage to do it, but... Let's see. If you're thinking of boosting and holding down to the icicle, yeah. I felt like I didn't quite have the timing to do that. But... Anyway, to have confirmation that it does work if you would like to go for that. Whoops. Still way off center. Nope. Yeah, you do have to be on the left half, but... There we go. Nope, too high. You're sometimes able to kill the skip squeak on the first timing on the pipe. Oh, you mean right from the introduction. Okay, let's get over here. Much cleaner. No, that's not good news. Hit the snowball too early, in fact. And it was in much too high position. Nope. Okay. Nope. Accidentally got the second boost there. That's a bit of a problem. Yeah, because that's going to hit the on-off switch, and then you need to go under the spike blocks, which at that point will have been deactivated. Let's actually use the propeller. Of course, if you just go from the semi-solid, you can probably skip using the propeller in the introductory room there. Total miss. Every time you re-upload, you keep forgetting to fix the cheese. I'm not exactly sure. Which cheese you mean, but... I mean, if it involves skip squeaks, they seem like they'd totally be into cheese. Yeah, you need to get the wall jump there and then boost to the on-off pipe. I wasn't really thinking about what the skip squeak's reaction would be in terms of what it was reacting to. We could, of course, have tested that with the first one at the beginning here, but... Nope. Cheese is after the pipe section, okay. I think I know what you mean, but we'll consider that a bit more carefully when I have time to think about it. Nope. And yeah, it's not present anymore. But I'm just thinking about what you fixed and how we got around it previously. Okay, up we go. And around, whoops. Not quite. Did I just not use the propeller that time? Yeah, I just decided to skip it. Oops. Nope. So yeah, you can do it immediately if you're quick. Without even using the propeller there, but... there's enough going on to encourage people to use the propeller at the start that the concept should still be reasonably clear. But yeah, you just jump up here immediately. Not like that. Let's do it the propeller way if we can. Not that way. Let's acknowledge the raid from CC Replays. CC Replays, we actually just played the... oh, actually, no. I don't know, CC Replays, what the status of your contest is. We just played a level that was made for your contest, so possibly I need to not spoil it, right? If you haven't seen it yet. So, maybe. Okay. Well, we played a level that had your emote of squashed Kirby in the cover art. Let's just say that. Maybe that will be a non-spoiler. Beat 6 levels today, and there's some super hard ones. Yeah, I didn't beat it, actually. I got to the very end and missed the last jump. And so I did have to call it for now, and I'll have to go back to that one afterwards. But I hope you're enjoying the contest levels so far. You seem to be drawing a pretty good crowd for that. In terms of some pretty elite makers in this game. Whoops, total miss. Going to go eat? Yeah. Do have fun with that. Oh, nope. Total slip up here. And yeah, Mr. Influential, that's definitely a very valid strategy to become Mr. Influential. Nope, timing's all wrong here. Hang on. Let's wait for the next pipe. Nope. Spacing is all wrong now. No. Indicator at icicle section doesn't need work. No, I think it's fine. I think if there's any confusion, it's not because there are too many or too few or whatever. It's just that sometimes people expect a little bit of consistency. Like if they see one P marker, they might expect one every time. If they don't see any markers, then they know that they'll just improvise. But no, I think the only visibility issue that I have so far is the icicle above the brick, in fact. Because the camera will not have scrolled to that position. Okay, there we go. No. So, the Skip Squeak is going to react to the wall jump. And I don't know how to get around that. Apart from doing the wall jump higher than where it is indicated. Oily Olive, thank you so much for the gift again. That's very kind of you to be totally drawn into acknowledging Mr. Influential's heart's desire. Thank you for the follow. Nope, too high. Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking that I'm not sure about the Skip Squeak. Because if the Skip Squeak is going up during the wall jump, I mean, the only thing I can think of is going under. Because if I'm able to go under the Skip Squeak as it jumps, then I don't know, that's a pretty tight spacing. I don't really trust that interpretation of events. Nope, too low. Yeah, because I do know the Skip Squeak reacts to the wall jump, but then it becomes pretty difficult to aim that wall jump then, in a way that is going to be safe. Nope, total miss. Yeah, because looking at that P marker, it looks like I am supposed to go over to Skip Squeak. And I need way more height on the wall jump if I'm going to do that. Anyway, early stuff is going a bit more fluently, at least. No, I squashed that thing. Too low. Yeah, given how you're using the Goomba Mask for the rest of the level, that actually looks like it's a better option if you don't want something reactive. And that's too high, okay. Yeah, those in queue, sorry about that terrifyingly long list today. But we'll try to do what we can. Might have to... Well, I don't like keeping things too short per level, so I can actually see them properly. We'll probably have a lot of incomplete levels today just to make sure we can get through people, but that's okay. Like I said, you know, I do take resubmissions in future streams if I don't beat something, and I also do the makeup stream every now and then. Yeah, you wanted to use an enemy just to change things up a bit. That's understandable. I'm just thinking, what else could have been done there? Like, I guess the... Thinking, and then 3D World, what would you use? So you want something reasonably static, right? Because I was thinking of something like a, you know, Piranha Creeper that is just completely locked in place. No, except you'd be able to jump on top of it. You want something sharp like a Spiny Skip Squeak so you can't jump on it, right? So... that would be something different. Thank you for the follow. Nope. Yeah, I'm just wondering if I... Well, I need to count how many boosts I have remaining there, I guess. Because the idea is that I just need to boost higher by taking a higher wall jump before to Skip Squeak. Well, we'll see what my propeller budget is like at that point. Thank you for the follow. There we go. Oh, okay, I got over, except I missed the on-off switch in that one tile. And that's going to drop the twister, which is interesting. We're getting closer. Yeah, Creeper going down would work, but you probably don't want the stem to be exposed, right, if I understand you correctly. Because it is awfully ugly to just have the stem exposed. And yeah, the worst player, I'm totally sus. That's quite correct. Stop killing Mario, sorry, can't help it. Nope, too late. Early stuff is getting a little bit cleaner, at least. I say as I missed a snowball completely. Nope. Go. Fair bit of leeway there, actually, so... Whoops. Yeah, I'm still thinking about options there for whatever was a better option than a Skip Squeak, but let's see here. Yeah, because even, you know, in 3D World, you can jump onto piranhas and everything. It's like a lot of the usual options are not available for this very simple kind of function. Which is capping something with some extra damage. I mean, guess that's why a lot of people would just resort to using the spike block there. Ugly as it may seem. Nope, didn't draw the icicle back. Yeah, we did. Just didn't do that quite early enough. Okay. Nope. Cut that off too early. Yeah, just a few more attempts for now. Oily Olive. I'm having a lot of fun with this one. I think it's one that I can learn and master without too much work. Especially now that we have the opening segments down. But we have such an exceptionally long queue today, I may need to call it on this one as well, for now. Just, definitely one I'd want to keep in mind for an overflow list, though, because I think it is beatable for me. I think everything here is just a matter of learning timings. What's the hardest part so far for me? Well, I mean, obviously the skip squeak, but up to that point, let's see. I mean, we'll determine that in a moment, I'm sure. That's a nice little deflection that I totally didn't need to use. Whoops. Yeah, because I feel like that one tile hit that you have to do on the on-off block between spikes after the skip squeak, immediately after the skip squeak, that looks pretty tough, actually. In terms of taking that forward momentum with you and given that you can't really see the icicle over the brick from the camera position as you're getting in there, I wonder if you need the icicle. Like, I think that it's probably perfectly fine to just let the player have a rest stop there. I mean, obviously that's just a question of difficulty tuning, but it's more that, like, if you can't see the icicle anyway, then why is it there, right? Like, unless you... I mean, I understand wanting to have a little time pressure there, so you can't just stall indefinitely, but I think the visibility does change that calculation, so what you totally missed. Yeah. I want to get at least one clean attempt past the snowball and clear pipe there. Yeah, but in general, I think a lot of things in the level are probably in good shape. I mean, some things timing-wise can hit all the wrong corners, but definitely making the best out of this concept. Whoops. Nope. Nope. Still no. Thank you for the lurk, Flux Capacitor. And yeah, no, I mean, you don't necessarily need to re-upload or anything. I'm just sort of commenting on the level generally. Like, nothing is outright broken, as far as I can tell. So it's just, you know, lessons to take with you into the next level. It's always going to be stuff that we regret in levels that aren't actually broken, but, you know, just have a little awkwardness in spots when it comes to seeing them played live, and it's not a really serious issue here, nothing we can't play around. So. Like, I find that, you know, very often I will comment on levels in enough detail that it might sound like I'm giving advice for a re-upload, but really it's just more things to keep in mind for the next creation. Okay. I think I can probably eventually get this. And Merlin, I'm glad you like the lurk command. Only 5 clears on this so far, but... And of course we can't see from this zone how much there is, but it's about a 40-second level, but going by clear check, 30 seconds if you're a world record holder. We were probably decently far, but not only did I need to make it over to Skipsqueak, but hitting that one tile on-off switch very precisely is going to be the next issue after that, and that's the personal best so far, so... Had a lot of fun with this, but we should get through more of the queue, so... After the Twister's last section, yeah. I did see the Twister drop, in terms of where it was positioned, so I do understand that. Anyway, thank you for that. Maybe we'll try to book it into an overflow stream next time I get to run one, probably later this month. But I'll jot down that code. Anyway, we do have to get through some of these faster, unfortunately, so... If we have some harder submissions, I'm sorry if we don't get to do them proper justice today. Zigzy, are you still here? Do check in if you are. And yeah, understandably, if people waiting behind in queue had to dip out, that just comes with how long we take on stuff, so... We have loyal and patient viewers on the stream, though, and so... Zigzy, we'll get to choose something. I recommend something comparatively short, simply because we have so many in queue, but I'll trust your recommendation. You said you had something that was still uncleared. We can take a look at that, but I can't necessarily guarantee we'll succeed at it. Experiment 3.0, I mean, we can take a look at this quickly. Very few plays on it so far, so... you have a few that are uncleared, in fact. So, yeah, why don't we just pick something? It's easy and short. This one? Okay. Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, those are the newest ones. Okay, I wasn't exactly sure what you were referring to. So if you want me to play something else, do let me know. We're totally not sick of clear pipes, so... Oh, I see. There's going to be some kind of weird boomerang rebounding going on here. Hang on, let's scout ahead. And then, sure, let's do this. P-switch, interesting. What is this all about? Propeller, okay. And then there's a propeller path to the door after that, okay. So, bit of a non-linear experience so far, as I can tell. And, oh, I see the whole segment to the right side as well. Let's, whoops, no, hang on. It's an experiment. I see. Yeah, particularly when the hats came out. Whoops, nope. Didn't think about the double hit there. That was not a good idea. We should have done a straight jump up and then the wall jump. Yeah, the double hit on the rebound with the boomerang is sometimes difficult to plan around. Yeah, because it just goes back and forth. Okay. Probably just shouldn't mess with that then. I think the propeller path might be better given that we actually have a clear eye on the objective. Yeah, double hit here. Why don't I just fire directly here? No, because it does do that. Okay. It's okay, we'll just go through here. And yeah, I'll read your tip in a moment. Let's remain big, actually. We have a damage boost here. You know what? If I had done that wall jump more accurately, we could have gone through. And yeah, Olive, thank you so much for the level earlier. And especially for the gift subs that you gave to the stream today. Much appreciated. This part needs to switch on. Yeah, the thing is, I mean, I'm not necessarily going to be able to guess any of that, right? So, we'll see what I can do here. Okay. I have a sense that I broke something. I just get that feeling. And then POW hat everywhere. Okay. Obviously we do want this POW hat, but I want to break as much as I can before we pick it up. And yeah, cheese is what we do around here, apparently. But hey, we got the first clear, so we'll just kind of take that as a bit of a puzzle. Yeah, I guess I broke something, but I think you weren't expecting me to be able to escape with the mushroom by rolling out to the propeller. That's probably the thing that was a bit of an oversight. So if you ever wanted to fix this thing up, well, I mean, you know, navigationally speaking, let me take a look at the main screen here. It was a little difficult to sort out the sequence that you were going for. Let me just scroll up to the message that you sent earlier. After jumping to the first on-off, jump and hit the one on the right and wall jump up. Yeah, so just the two things. That the boomerang rebound, I don't know how much of that was intended, but you do need to think about how that could activate without the player necessarily feeling in control of that. And the other thing is just like, I don't even know where the on-off switch was supposed to be reverted in terms of the way that I broke everything leading up to the bullet. But yeah, hopefully that's just a useful playtest, and thank you for the clear, of course, in case you ever want to revisit that concept. So the switch was meant to be on, yeah. I just don't know what the trigger for it to be on was going to be. And we're running long enough that I'm just going to pop sub next and just pop new causes out. I believe you replaced your code with something quick, right? Because if it is quick, then we can just do this quickly and we'll get down the rest of the queue. Poke Precision playtest. Yeah, let's just take a quick look. 44%. Sub 1 second. Okay. Don't know what's going on here. Sub 1 second? How do you do... Okay, so it's just a flight level. And then you can take the top of the screen, in fact, and just skip everything. Yeah, we obviously won't be doing too much of this if it's a massive multi-checkpoint thing. But I was unlikely to show off too much of it anyway, so we'll take this before we get popped out of here. Oh, I see. You're supposed to go through the door. Yeah. Or were you supposed to go through the door? So what was the reset? Oh, I see. This is a dev pipe. Merlin, I probably don't have time for a super world, but I could play maybe like one level from your super world if you want to queue it like that, but let me see what else I can see. I'll spend a little bit longer on this just to see some more stuff, but now go for world record? No, not likely. I do want to actually see the level, so. Oh, I see. So these are just allowing you to skip segments that you've already seen, so. You suggest next time play Invasion of the Hammer Rose. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to remember that, but you can remind me as necessary. Okay, so that, no, it just gives you a quick exit to skip to something you haven't seen yet. Door pipe, door pipe. Yeah. So those are just skips to segments that you haven't experienced, and so I want to take the second skip. This pipe here. Or maybe not. Hang on. Right, because yeah, we have been here. We've gotten that far, somewhat safely. And pokies are going to peel off all over the place. Whoa, not fast enough there. And yeah, we'll just go through the practice segments. Just so we see what everything is. Yeah, there is a point at which the pokey heads kind of conjoin like that, if you see where they do open up the path for you to get from the front pokey to the back pokey. Okay, let's go. So I actually probably want to stay in the middle. Whoops. Roughly. Almost. So yeah, unlikely that I'll see every room, even with the practice pipes, but we'll try to. But I can. I do like the tuning of this so far. I think that it's pretty approachable for someone of my level. Lots of variety, too. The different patterns as well. I wonder if that was supposed to be a safe zone here. I doubt it, I think. That seems unlikely. But yeah, let's go through this door. It's the end of that segment. And then... yeah, I think you need to go through... no, I think you need to stand in that center location. I think that's exactly what it is. Ziggsy, I won't be playing it today, but... yeah, just remind me of that level, or to have your code handy next time I'm running one of these sessions. Yeah, you just need to stand here, stay cool, and get out. Yeah, nice. A bit of a change from the usual. So yeah, actually decently relaxed. The precision requirement here. And it is quite mesmerizing to watch. Oh, I think I accidentally skipped one. Oh no, this is the end of the cross segment. No, I missed my opportunity to cut from one to the next. Okay. Yeah, because when there is that opening between pokies, you need to go for it pretty much immediately. I think we can do it. It's not that punishing a diagonal, as far as I can tell. Okay, let's do this once again. And yeah, I needed to go just a little bit faster there too. Get around that. The openings are really only going to present themselves one time each. Nope. Still having some trouble cutting that corner. Your challenge was to convey when and where that opening is. I mean, this is, at this point, not the first time in the level I will have seen that, right? So, very close. Like, the auto-scroll speed, I think, makes it fairly clear that you're only going to have that one shot. Nope. Still having a little bit of trouble there. As we wriggle our way through. I was kind of thinking about what Yoshi is doing at the beginning. And yeah, Ziggsy, I think that's partly just, you know, sometimes if things are not seeded into endless, they just wouldn't have had very many plays. You haven't been sending them around anywhere since the last time your account was active. Your note block trigger. Oh, I see. Yeah, for Yoshi. Yeah. Nope. Yeah, I do need to kind of wiggle up and down when we are crossing in that wave. And yeah, Drbashad Visser, sorry we have you so far in the back today, we just have an unusually long queue. And I hope to get through the whole thing, but there is some danger of having to cut the stream off early, so just be aware of that if you are in queue. I will try to keep things manageable somehow. If we really do have like a huge overflow for this queue, I may just do some kind of extra stream later this week and keep things in the queue so we can actually bring up those levels. So even if you can't catch it live, possibly we'll just need to do a big catch up. Not start over, okay. Or, oh no, because we just take the shortcut pipe at the beginning. Well, given the spacing here, I don't know if there's really any opportunity to make it easier. Unless the scroll is slow enough to allow a second opening. I think this particular concept for this pattern is just fundamentally going to... you can have the pokies maybe one additional space apart, I guess. Like, I don't know if that pattern still works at all, or if it's just much too lenient at that point. It might be much too lenient. Given that at this point we have done this pokey pattern before. Okay. Yeah, it's just understanding that boost. I may skip ahead to the fifth one, just so I can see it, since we got most of that previous one down. Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah, you do need to control your positioning quite well. Let me just try to read that one so I know what's going on. Okay, objective is to get down to the green pipe for that one. Now we'll see, I don't know how to read that pattern just yet. Oh, there's a really cool opening in this one. Very nice. And now we have the single heads everywhere, and totally not grabbing the coins for the door over here. And yeah, that was pretty satisfying, actually, that one. It's just a matter of, like, finding that one spacing that happens early on when everything just aligns to give you two lines that match up, right? Like, once you find that specific interaction, then it's just a matter of capitalizing on that opportunity quickly. Oh, I see. I died to probably a bomb or something. Yeah, so we've got the 5 practice pipes, and we've done this early segment before, so let's try to beat this one here one more time. And I guess you have a lot of the coins doubled up, so we have seen all the different segments that have been implemented so far, right? If I understand this correctly. Whoops. So it's just this one I want to clear. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to do that twice, at least in short order, but it was really satisfying to find that pattern. And yeah, I tried to wiggle up and down a little bit. Just didn't quite get the rhythm down. You plan to have no CPs, but those are practice pipes. Okay. Yeah, that'll make things tougher, just given some of the spacing here, but... Given that that fifth room was pretty challenging to read on the first try, but... That's what the practice pipes are for, I guess. And Ziggsy, your world records have not been taken yet. Yeah, sometimes levels just have a way of lying dormant like that. Okay, just a few more tries on this Nugu Kaza. I think we've got a pretty good picture of how the spacing here is going in terms of how it's responding to my various tactics and mistakes. Nope. But yeah, best I've done is to get through the first three. And so we'll see if anything improves from there. Yeah, I got them all, actually. Whoops. Wrong door. Well, this one I could do. Very satisfying. I thought I did beat the first area on one of my early tries. Whoops. Because I thought I had an early attempt where I just went up to top, which is why I tried that twice to see if it would work. Like if you're talking about this opening area when you don't take the practice pipes. Nope. So yeah, good luck continuing this one. I don't know really if just making that shorter is going to... I mean, I guess if you have a no checkpoint level, then that would be a pretty significant nerf in terms of how much consistency you're demanding from the player. I think it is theoretically doable for me there, like that segment I was failing on, but just a matter of getting a good attempt in and finding the right adjustment. I think it's very clear what to do. It's just doing the timing adjustment itself when you are flying at the gentle slope angle, which of course is not going to be a very clean diagonal to manage on the player side when it comes to pressing on the D-pad, so... Yeah, thank you for that. Hope it goes well. Hey, we got enough of that, and it's a playtest anyway. Let's just mark it as a win. Felt like a moral victory, so... SDJML, thank you so much for your patience. You've been here forever. Don't get munched on version 2. All doors can be re-entered for a quick reset. Munch Miami, huh? And yeah, I did beat it technically. I didn't check the coin on the right side there.
Oh no!
Let's check the coin. Oh, that got munched.
Oh no!
Yeah, get onto Buzzy right away. There is a fair bit of time pressure here at the opening. And need to hold a longer jump into that one, okay. Pretty understandable. What needs to happen there. Let's not overshoot, though. I need to twirl onto that one, I think. I should be getting more into the habit of doing that anyway for some of this NSMBU spacing. 5 pink coins we can see in this one. And, whoa.
Oh no!
Yeah, I believe I did play the first version of this. It does look familiar. But I don't know if I would be able to identify what changed. Nope, just missed. Needed to fall dead center there. Yeah, mostly small changes and you got rid of a soft block. Okay. Good to know.
Oh no!
Yeah, I guess in terms of your landing location after spring. If I understand that correctly. Well, we'll go back and see what we can make of it. Yeah, just gonna jump on that immediately. Okay. Nope, hit the on-off switch and then jump onto the next platform. Yeah, I didn't see the on-off switch quickly enough when I was scrolling it in on the camera. It just hit my reaction time slightly.
Oh no!
Oh, you mean the munchers give you a little more time? Yeah, yeah. That's good to know because they are already nipping at my heels here.
Oh no!
Okay. Seems to be going all right. And yeah, that feels pretty smooth. Okay, mushrooms everywhere. Checkpoints. And what are we doing? Probably door. Yeah, but it doesn't feel slow when you add a bit of lenience. I think that's something important to keep in mind that, you know, when it comes to, whoops,
Oh no!
designing these things, that giving the player a little bit more room doesn't mean they won't keep things quick. It just means that you add a little bit of extra room for risk and reward, where if they mess up, well, they have the opportunity to correct
Oh.
and try to get back on pace. And And that's one of the things I find most satisfying about like classic platformer design, that
Oh no!
with a lot of really good platformer games, specifically some things like the EKC series actually really understands this well, that giving the player some headroom to make mistakes, but then put them under pressure to recover from mistakes, is still going to feel like really frantic and gets the desired effect. Whoops. Now here. Okay, there we go. Okay, pretty speedy here. Why do we do that? Let's reset here. Yeah, we need to wall jump because I need to keep the twirl at this location. Oh, didn't see this coming, yeah. I sort of remember that being something I had trouble with, actually. And let's hit the flagpole. Oh, no, we could have survived that, actually, but
Oh yeah! Mario!
that's okay. I don't remember if I got the top objective the last time I played this. I think I might have. Because the pathway to the left does look familiar. No time to do it today, unfortunately, but I'm glad I managed to see the latest version. I do like the timings now. We did beat it the last time as well, but yeah, I don't think you need to worry about the lenience. There was that one section on the Buzzy where I could wait indefinitely, but I mean, I don't mind that, obviously. If you're worried about having constant motion, that would be one thing to think about, but I think it's fine. Yeah, because, you know, if you see the Munchers crowding you as you're near the flagpole, you're not necessarily going to wait and see what happens as they drop off, right? Like, you will often not necessarily check. But yeah, good fun. Okay, Atlantis, let's take a look. Like I said, there is some chance that I may not be able to get through the queue today before I have to log off. But we'll try to make it happen. Your first level, Sinking Atlantis, the Lost Continent. Hence the name. Oh, look at Mang's comment art. Yeah, SD will go back for that after. Do remind me if you're still here. Yeah, Merlin, well, we have some people that I know did leave earlier in terms of having to log off. But I have fewer and fewer people dropping on this stream. Like, I feel like the people that we've kind of selected for in terms of the audience here has been extremely loyal and patient and possibly foolish. So yeah, looking at this concept here, just to see... It is kind of a world-swapping concept again, so let's just watch this carefully to see what happens with all these bits that are iced over. Yeah, it is a rising and falling water level. So as you go through the crates, you raise and lower the water level, and then everything on the ice floats, which is pretty neat. Except, of course, I need to think about how to get through... you know what, we just hit the big Koopa. Hang on. Nope, not like that. Mistake. Yeah, SD Atlantis has been around a long time, and both Maker games, so. Not like this was a total newbie creation or something. We'll need to get through the spikes, so let's raise everything. I don't think I actually played Lantis's levels in Maker 1, though. Maybe I did because they were quite popular, and so maybe I did play them without knowing who Lantis was. Like I said, I'm hoping to do a Maker 1 stream at some point. And SD, some people's first levels are very good. Especially if they got the bad ones out of their system in the first game. I'm still fairly proud of my first level in this game. I don't send it around much to people because, whoops, because it is very long, but like the level in total is not that long, but it's long with no checkpoints, and some people did not take well to that. Because, of course, when the game launched, I didn't realize that building a long level with a clear condition was probably not the best idea. But mechanically, I'm actually pretty satisfied with it. Lantis works for Nintendo, probably. Okay. Now, let's see here. Yeah, you will eventually have to... Oh, you actually can do that. It's just that the water cuts it off after the first block. I didn't know that, actually, that you could, in fact, hit with the spin jump. Below the water surface by one tile. I don't think I was aware of that. Wiggler's going to gate everything off. Here, of course, we will want to use a seesaw. Oh, you know what? No, I could have gotten a spring on the other side, couldn't I? But I would not be able to stop that afterwards, so... Not actually useful until we raised water, or raised the ice, rather, on the other side. To give myself some room to maneuver. That's gonna be a bounce. Can we actually raise the spring all the way? Let's check. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Except... don't think I can actually make it here. Hang on. Okay, maybe not. I'm gonna slip in that diagonal here. Might not be possible. Nope, guess not. Worth a try. But that is going to be the way forward, so... I just blocked myself. Yeah, I was really hoping to keep that. That's okay, we're not going to insist. Spinies everywhere. I didn't think that would hit. Sometimes worth a check. How over there beyond all those spikes? Interesting. I guess we need to have a spiny shell drop. Curious. Yeah, we want to drop the spiny shell to the left there, I think, and see what happens. Okay, there we go. We already have fire. I doubt it's going to be a damage boost. I think we do need the shell, like we bop it and we pick it up. Pretty simple, actually, as long as we... Whoops. Yeah, let me think about that. Probably a speed and momentum issue. Or, oh no, we float it. We float it on the other side. Yeah. That's precisely what we do. Before the Spiny wakes up, of course. I did not mean to do a soft drop there. Let's fire it properly. No, I think I did a soft drop there because I was meaning to swim down. There we go. Probably need to power for the other muncher, I'm guessing. We have 2 more. Yeah, and then we could do a stack. Okay, stack this. Always fun with these light puzzle interactions. There we go, that's to finish. So much for the lost city of Atlantis. Yeah, very nice use of the world switching mechanic. Yeah, as a day 1 level back in June 2019, I mean, the novelty here would be working with that partial water level in the forest theme for the first time, but kind of nice to take some of that knowledge from Maker 1 in terms of making state swap levels as you travel between the main world and the subworld and apply it to what was then a new mechanic right away. And yes, SD, thank you for the reminder, we will check that. Nice. Oh, it's a muncher cat. Very nice comment. Doge, wow, if you're still here. Very curious about what kind of spectacle you have in store today. Do keep in mind that I have to keep things relatively short, just given the length of the queue. But yeah, anything's fine. A lot of Goombas. 5-minute level 1 clear? Okay. Or at least the only clear so far. Did Aura actually get this in viewer levels, or did he just run into it in Endless? I feel like it's the kind of thing that would go on his stream. A lot of stuff heading over to Sugar Falcon as well, but you know, when he's advertising himself as Bald Man Replacement, he gets what he's asking for. Oh, he just played it an hour ago, okay. Hope you had a fun time watching him. For BBAY, for baby. Okay, I see. Because you're reading things in a certain order. So that's a baby sound. And then it's a Goomba level. Oh, I see. Because 1-1 and you're building the level for babies, maybe. What does the text say? I'm curious. MBA? Like, so that section would be for someone with an MBA? Well, thanks for the mushroom. Very helpful. Yeah, just more Goombas everywhere. More Goombas up there with the P-switch as well. And it's not quite underground, but the illusion works well enough. And look at that, here already. So we just need to do it 4 times, I guess. Okay. And, oh, I see, okay. So you do need to intentionally towards that pipe. I'm wondering about that P-switch. Underneath all those Goombas, you have a P door over here that looks like it's going to be an exit door. Yeah, it is. Is this a Mang music level? Certainly looks like a close cousin of that. Yeah, thought I'd check that. Always worth checking it in any kind of 1-1 recreation. No, it's possible to do that safely, for sure. The MBA is part of the thumbnail, yeah, because of course it would be. Okay, safe. Yeah, some of that stuff is surprisingly manageable. You have to watch out for the Goomba from the pipe, of course. And then we'll not get bounced too much. I mean, here it's safe, but here it gets a little bit risky. And then you're trying to tell me something about the P-door. P-door would just drop me to the finish, right? But then we'd need to do this 4 times then, if I understand it correctly. And now the Goombas are going to shake. Okay. Pretty understandable here. Nope, hang on. Well, we looped it once. That was definitely progress. Okay, we'll kind of hang left here, and then... Oh, whoops, no, I was hoping to drop on top of a Goomba right away, and that did not happen. Yeah, sure, we can bounce around a little bit just for fun. It is a consistency level, that's very much what it is. Oh, lots of Goombas that we didn't hit earlier, in fact. There's a little Goomba staircase. Try to unstack evenly, of course, if we can. Or just do the P-switch now. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Step on this pipe for a bit, let everything drop. Try to drop cleanly. No, you do kind of get dunked right away. I think it's not really safe to be doing that. At least you can't do it more than once. You do it once to lose the mushroom, and then that's about it. Okay. Yeah, so this time around we will not take the pipe then. Because you get dunked quickly enough that I don't think I can get out of there safely. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that I knew about much earlier, so don't mind. Okay, maybe shouldn't rush it this quickly. Okay. And actually those blocks will remain activated, so that's nice. Well, that's okay. We've seen how to do it once. If I don't do it all 4 times, it'll still be a mark of progress. Okay. Yeah, let's activate everything I can. Yep. Key door goes up top. Interesting. Okay, down we go. Okay. Not going to the buffer of the mushroom at this time, so let's be careful here. Whoops, I was not careful. I'm going to take a look at the overall screen just to see what... I mean, we're kind of spoiling it for us, but... Oh, the MBA. Okay. It's not a joke about, like, one part being for babies and one part requiring an MBA. It just says Goomba in the description, so... Yeah, so key door takes you to that top right box. The whole P-switch thing was on the top left box. Not exactly sure what gets you to the flag from there, so... Oh, and CCRC, yeah, so this was, as you were saying earlier, for the CC Replays contest. So was there a Goomba stipulation on for the contest or something, given the kind of thematic commonality that we see with Aang's level so far? Let's just go over. Not deal with that. Hey, let's check the spot here. Okay. Just wondering. What else did I expect? Contest was for Goomba levels, okay. Contest theme was flesh, yeah. I can see how that works. Yeah, let me just check the state of queue. Like I said, we might not have time to do it justice today, just given how long the stream is running, so... We'll try to put in at least one attempt where I can get 2 coins. We've only gotten 1 coin so far. Yeah, I'm getting sniped out of nowhere here and there, so... Just have to deal with that accordingly. Okay. Down and around we go. Yeah, I probably should have activated some more blocks before the P-switch expires. It's going to expire. Yeah, didn't think about that ahead of time. And yeah, Supernova, I hope you're doing well. Whoops. Yeah, that guy does tend to catch me out a few times. Anyway, so yeah, our objective right now is to make it to 2 coins if we can. If I can do that, that'll be progress. You could have done a P reset with a pipe. Yeah, Merlin, well observed. Clearly not thinking about that here. SD, what did you miss? You looked away for a second and now you're sus? Oh, well, I think you were sus because you looked away for a second. It's my understanding anyway. So. Anyway. Drop into through here. And yeah, it's this Goomba above this pipe here. That's a bit of a trickster. Okay. Well, how about that consistency? Now, when you get to the P-switch area, the blocks will have been activated already. That's one problem that we don't have to deal with. As long as we don't die to something simple like this. Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at a Goomba that's tucked on top of the M up top and wondering why it's not dropping this round. This level actually is good practice for Expert Endless. It's a very good point. Oh, I see. It is probably a mushroom check on that drop. Some sort. Yeah, we'll save the pipe route for if we have an attempt that's very close to getting to the 4th coin. And even so, I know that I'm likely to lose the mushroom if I do take the pipe, so I still am sitting on the mushroom. Just try to play safely. Can I get the top with mushroom? Let's... Should be able to. Yeah. Might as well get that problem out of the way quickly. Then... Okay, there we go. I do, in fact, want to pop everything, so we don't deal with it later. Okay. It's all fine. Yeah, there's a Goomba tucked right above the M. Okay. Just do this. Up top. I guess we'll find out what kind of surprise lays beyond the door in that top room. Okay, personal best so far. And yeah, Mr. Turnip. Hope you're doing well. Now that you've been freshly unpogged. Okay. A little bit of patience there is key. Hey, Guess Cook, welcome. Okay. You might not win first place. That's okay, you tried. Okay, I don't know. Oh no, I saw from the clear sets CC Replays has not played this one yet, so you'll be in for a treat. It'll be good fun. I mean, I know you did this one for the spectators. Always nice to have somebody take one for the team like that. You're on your tablet and it's impossible to type? Yeah, I know the feeling. No worries about that. Okay. Let's not take the pipe. I can't avoid damage easily there, so... Okay. Let's not take the one-way panels incorrectly either. Boom boom. And of course it's Goombas. Now the thing is, does Boom Boom actually hold the key? Yes, he does. And of course we don't actually get to top of the flight wall, so... You know, that actually took some planning and strategy. Why not? Let's throw it into Endless for the kind of players who deserve it.
Splish.
I had a laugh with that one. I hope you folks did too. Flux capacitor. Yeah, flux capacitor, like I've been saying, this stream simply because we are running so far over. I will probably not spend too long on anything very hard. Like this guy here. I did see the clear video that you posted. We'll put in a few attempts and try to get the reclaim timing down, but like I said, I don't expect to stay on it very long. Okay, no, we need to fire this at the Mecha Koopa location. That's right. And then you need to take the shell again and then jump up to the Mecha, and then after that is, whoops, going to be the attempt at doing a reclaim up to the on-off switch. No, not like that. You need to drop it. No. Throw it right away. We'll figure this out bit by bit. Yeah, not quite. Should just let go of the time here. And Merlin, 3 big coins of star coins in each new traditional level. Yeah, looking forward to that. Well, it's the secret M for Merlin. Yeah, it seemed like it was closer and closer to the correct timing. We'll see if we can do it. It's just that I did re-grab it on the way down, which is something I should be careful to avoid. Timing wasn't quite right. As you can see, the shell was ahead of me on the whole drop. Which I think I'm reading as too early a release. But I'm not actually sure. So I did bop it, but too far to the left, and I didn't get within the hitbox for bouncing up on top of the shell in the correct location. Yeah, it's just a matter of trying to find the right spot for a release there. Not quite. Little trick. Nope. Yeah, we'll see. Still don't really have a good sense of the spacing on it yet. Whoops. Because I'm winding up far enough to the left of the shell that there's some danger of just kicking it, right? Oh, that was almost it, actually. Oh. So yeah, we'll see if we can get one of the reclaims. Because this spot here in the ground reclaim and the other spot... Hey, we got it! And then you jump up, shell jump, and then pick up the shell on your way down to the Koopa. Yes, that's how you do it. Hey, we've made progress. And yeah, nice to get it once. I don't know if we can narrow it down with any consistency here, but first-hand confirmation that we are roughly on the right track. And yeah, I didn't react very well to the fact that I had, in fact, done it, but it looks like after you do that, you shell jump up to get back upstairs. No. Poor release. I missed that. Yeah, still not quite right, but we'll get there at some point. Trying to go a little bit later on a release, and that doesn't seem to have done the trick just yet, at least on these most recent attempts. Falling straight back down towards it, which means, once again, I'm probably releasing early. Since I'm dropping a little too far after the shell. Not quite it. Yeah, just going to take a little bit of work here, but well, see if we can get that down accurately. Well, pretty satisfying to get it at once, at least, even if I'm unable to reproduce that result. You have an appointment today with a good friend of yours. Well, If that goes well, Merlin. Nope, didn't get the soft drop on that time. You go up the column, you grab the shell on the way down to the mecha. Yeah, once you actually see the reclaim in action, a lot of the next few moves are pretty self-explanatory by the looks of it. Going ahead and playing some games, okay. Can't remember the last time I played much coach multiplayer with anybody. Mostly for pandemic reasons, it's just been a while. Yeah, still not quite right on that timing. I'll have to review my video of this later and just see what it was I managed to do successfully. But of course, part of it, you're not just going to pick up visually, it is something that you do need to develop a muscle memory for, I think. I was looking a little bit better, maybe. Yeah, kicking to the left this time. Not quite right. Trying to let go of the dash button for a little bit longer, because that seems to be at least part of the problem. But as you can see, we are getting the kicks now, it's just that the release is itself not correct. But at least I'm avoiding the regrab, which is part of the problem I was running into, so. Okay. Not quite. I'm going to do the practice store for bits. Like I said, I'm not really able to spend too much time practicing this one today, but so I'm quite glad that we got the interaction that we did. And I got quite far with the post-practice store segment yesterday as well, so. No, you need to hit the shell so the Koopa ejects out the right side. Yeah, that we know. And then a shell jump, and then a landing. On the shell that is going to be near the bottom after that. Yeah, shell jump over. Then fall on the Buzzy. Oh, whoops. Better to practice the second half first? Yeah. Probably. That's often the case when you have second half practice doors. It also feels more approachable. I mean, because I'm not really hitting the shell jumps today, but the tricks here do feel a little more immediately manageable. Okay, that's correct. It's just that I didn't land well out of that, and then... well... But that is correct. Just landing on the right side of the shell with no grab button down, so you just do a kick and a rebound. Nope, wrong way. like I've been saying, just haven't really been playing enough shell levels recently to even get some of the basic stuff nice and familiar again. Here we go. I'm thinking about what's supposed to happen there. The shell is supposed to hit the block. But then I'm probably not supposed to hit the platform, am I? Unless there's a way to pick up the shell after that. I don't think I understand that yet. I understand to bounce, at least. In terms of how to get past 12. You reclaim twice at that spring part. I thought that's what was going on. Because you need to kind of bounce it on the left when the shell is heading there over the platform, because you need to kind of manipulate its angle. And kick it yourself to hit the block on the right. If I'm understanding that correctly. Like I said, I did watch the clip you sent me, I just don't remember this part. And I probably wouldn't emulate it very accurately anyway, so... Yeah, we actually made progress in both sections today, so I'm pretty happy with how this has gone, even if we don't press on much further. Nope, way too early. Oh, reclaim twice. Okay, no, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's something that's not obvious to me, but I guess I can't really predict how the interaction is different after the second reclaim. Okay, and then shell jump over there, and then you get on top of the platform, and then it's going to be spin bomb jumps, right? And yeah, SD, thank you for dropping that latest version of the Muncher level here today. Hope you're doing well. And you have a good night. Also to bounce on the shell after the claims as a min bounce, okay. Oh, just as a matter of getting the timing to line up, I guess, after the hit on the block that spawns the bomb. And yeah, Aegis, it is a toughie. It took me 3 hours to play that thing. But it teaches you tons of stuff about the boomerang. Even if you don't complete the puzzles themselves. That's why I thought I'd show it to you. Assuming that you're in the puzzle hub already. Yeah, because the puzzles are by 3 different makers. It's by Funked, Bird Dog, and Grikowski. And Grikowski's is fairly recognizable. It's probably the easiest one in the set. And that's one that's like more kind of like a pure logic puzzle. It's less boomerang mechanic dependent than some of the other ones. But the ones that are boomerang mechanic dependent, like I said, teach you lots and lots of stuff. Well, it's a hub section. Like, there's a platforming section that you might still be on, which is actually a bit of a toughie. At first, at least. And it is pretty manageable once you understand its flow. And then it's 3 puzzles that you can do in any order. Not really spoiling anything to tell you that. And so one of those 3 puzzles is Grakowski's part. And like I said, that's probably the most approachable thing in there. But yeah, that level is pretty much peak Boomerang. A lot of stuff there that I think won't really be useful for a more accessible level. Yeah, it's a platforming section until you hit the first checkpoint. And it is a little bit on the harder side, but it's a good warm-up section, I guess. But yeah, like I said, I spent 3 hours on that in a recent stream and just enjoyed it substantially. Yeah. Okay, no, I see the bomb timing after the mid-bounce. I understand how that's going. No. Yeah, not quite. Like I said, since we're running it a bit long, sorry we couldn't put enough time into this level today, but I'm glad that we made progress in both sections. I felt like that was quite valuable to do. And looking at this, yeah, we're kind of coming close to the boost stacks at the very end. We're very close, in fact. It's just bomb bounces from there, and then well, there's going to be something like a pipe exit that takes you to the goal. Like a really threatening pipe entrance, or maybe a door exit. I don't remember. Like I said, you did show me the clip, and I just don't remember. But yeah, we'll continue working on this time to time, I think, and I think I can probably eventually get it if we can just get the reclaim in the first half to behave a little more consistently. And that's just a matter of practice and learning what the muscle memory is supposed to feel like. So, thank you for that. Hardest part is the reverse drop reclaim. Yeah, I think so. I saw it in the video and I thought I haven't really unpacked how to do it yet. Stinjar. Stinjar, do check in if you are here. And if it is one of your other puzzles, I don't necessarily expect to finish. I actually don't know if Stinjar is still here. They might have dropped. I think they did, in fact. That's okay. Stinjar sends me long puzzles that are very good, but which I probably don't have time for right now, so... We'll probably wrap this up with Merlin, I believe. And yeah, flux capacitor, thank you. Aliboo signed out a while ago. I think they said quite a long time ago they had to go, so that will be a quick skip as well. I think they just forgot to leave the queue, but Aliboo did say goodbye. Yeah, so I believe last one's going to be Merlin, who is still hanging out, so... Yeah, like I said, Merlin, we'll just do the next level in the new traditional world you want me to look at, if that's the request. And yeah, I see that you did upload the new world here for World 1. Koopa's Overgrown Mineshaft. Oh, the newest level. Okay, no. 1-C, Water Starflow Castle. Yeah, let's test the newest one. Swim with the stars in the sea, inside a castle with fire. Looking forward to it. Oh, we're getting about to fire. This feels like the first traditional level that I've gotten in a while today. There's some streams that are a little heavier on them, but today was not one of them. Yeah. It shows you how rarely I do NSMBU Night Castle that I had to check for a moment to make sure I can't ground pound. I was pretty sure I couldn't because it is, you know, water movement for Mario. But Night Castle is rare enough already that seeing NSMBU Night Castle is something even more uncommon. Look at these bricks over here. They look breakable. Also looks like I could get up to 10 coin. Oh no, the bricks are just decorative. But you could get to 10 coin from below if you follow the lava pattern like this. Let's wait for the fire bar here. So yeah, just a very subtle movement from the lava level. Just about 2 tiles at a time, maybe? Yeah, let's find a safe spot here. Yeah. Circle around, hit the on-off switch, complete the circuit, and pop out the right side. This was maybe a bad idea. But we made it. And yay, Nintendo style checkpoint power up. Obviously we're checking bottom section here. Notice that, yeah, it's a bit of a tight spacing if you are tall and you have the mushroom, so 30 coin over there. I wonder if it's, yeah, there is enough space that it should be accessible if you're big, but it's tough if you're big. So I wonder if as a bonus, like, this idea maybe doesn't work quite so well. Like, there's... there is enough room, but there's very little wiggle room if you are Super Mario. And yeah, Luke had definitely a lot of choreography to look at here. The fact that you got a fire flower immediately afterwards tells me that the mushroom at a checkpoint is not actually valuable beyond being Nintendo convention, and one of the Nintendo conventions that honestly deserves more respect. Whoa. Yeah, no, just had to go through. Losing too much time there. The double hit on the on-off switch was the problem I ran into. That was the opportunity. Oh, I hope the lava level isn't going to chase me too far too soon. It totally is. But we'll make it. And no mushroom for me, so no 50 coin either. Look at this star placement. Beautiful use of the background over the final door. Look at this. This is just lovely placement. That eternal comet. Anyway, just going to let Larry do his thing. Oh, whoops. He did his thing very accurately, in fact, so. Mostly, though, I mean, for a World 1 castle, I guess it's okay to just let the player hang around and take it pretty safely. Let's try to get him repositioned, though. Let's get him to hop along. Over here. Whoops. Nope, we might be under threat. Yeah, he's going to hang around there and we're going to die, so. Glad you noticed that star. Yeah, I guess we've lately been trained on that kind of thing with cosmic compass level and so on. No, but it's a very conspicuous star. I think it's very easy to notice. And it looks very nice. But yeah, Merlin, like, I've played enough of your stuff by now that I know that the decoration often will matter. Or have a very deliberate effect to it. Like, even the comet background in this room looks fantastic. This star trail in the background of this hall. Like, it's a very well-placed room in general, I think, in terms of where you've chosen to do it with the layout. I mean, you've got the little comet behind the one pillar and a huge trail behind the right side pillar. Don't really know about this symbol here, though. In the middle. Okay, there we go. Needed to spot the opportunity there. And go. And we didn't find a letter M, did we? But, oh, here's the letter M, like I said. Yeah, and we saw the coins. I didn't get the 50 coin because I didn't keep the mushroom into that section, but we did see the 10 and 30, so. Thank you for that, Merlin. Looks like it's in very good shape. Looking forward to playing the world properly once you're further along with it. That's it for today. We'll do one last thing here. We'll do two last things here. I want to show you folks one thing, first of all, because it's spectacular. If you've seen my 6mm level, I received a beautiful piece of comment art on it. I showed off the comment art when I played the level originally. But look at this thing here by Danny, who has been illustrating a lot of the YMM levels lately with amazing stuff like this. I got another comment from her actually on the Goomba level. I'll show you that. Yeah, I posted this like a more detailed screenshots on the Discord if anybody wants to take a further look, but watch out for this in some of the YMM levels, especially some of the ones from previous weeks that you might not have revisited, because a couple of these comments have been going up and they're all spectacular. Anyway, the second thing is, speaking of 6YMM, new uploads are beginning to come up. The official release is in a few hours when a trailer and the finalized codes are published, so some things might blink on and offline in the meantime as bug fixes come in, but just to give you a bit of a preview of what's going on, we are going to have 8 new levels. Oh, are they all already out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we're missing one. But yeah, we have new levels coming, and we're going to be playing them probably on the Monday night, Tuesday morning stream if we're adhering to the usual schedule we've been seeing so far. So stay tuned for the official trailer and code release in a couple hours, and do enjoy the levels if you are playing them. But that's going to be the main body of our Mario Maker content this week. We might be able to squeeze in one last Maker stream beyond that, depending on how long we take to get through 6YMM. But again, any announcements about that will be on the Discord. Otherwise, see you for Metroid Dread next week, and we'll get back into the viewer level schedule at some point after, hopefully soon. And we'll keep you updated on that, so. Yeah, today, not my best stream in terms of actually completing the content, but I'm glad we managed to get through the people we did. So thank you once again, everybody who submitted, and especially for your patience waiting for so long. Thank you once more to the raids that we got earlier from Dizzy Deezy, CC Replays, Grikowski, and anybody who came in with those. We'll be sending you off to somebody else shortly. Thank you so much for watching. Enjoy this week of 6YMM as usual, as well as any other levels you may be playing. And have a good day wherever you are. As always, fare thee well.